evaluate the public service departments. So I think by so doing, those departments will be on their feet, knowing that they are not doing it just for themselves, but they are also saving the public. And another one is that when appointing employees based on their merit, the requirements should be straight. If it's a position of the medical doctor, then the requirement should be that of the medical doctor, other than to be just general. So I think that by so doing, it will make sure that people that are going to apply for that particular position are those that have the qualification and experience for that particular job, other than just putting it in the general manner. Thank you, sir. I think I just answered that one.
Is there any question you want to ask to the panel?
No, Chairperson, there is no question. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be part of this interview. Being shortlisted out of 151 candidates, I really feel honored, and to be surrounded by honorable members, it's really, I really feel honored. And also, on my behalf, I think it's Miss Dia or Mrs. Dia, as well as Mr. Zibego, for their communication skills. It's on another level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mdleja. You can excuse us.
Thank
we
you,
are
sir.
through with you. We are good.
I know.
Okay. Okay, okay.
She didn't know who's there.
Good morning, Mr. Maharaj. Good morning, sir. Yeah. I'm Jojo James, the member of this interview panel, and also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. Yeah. Could you put on the mic, Mr. Maharaj? Honorable Sbego will help you to, just switch on the mic there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please confirm what is contained in your CV briefly, taking into account that we do have the copy of your CVs with us?
Okay, sure. Thank you, sir. My CV, it starts off with my BA Law degree. I've studied at University of Durban, Westville. Now it's called UKZN. I studied for my BA Law there from 1983 to 1985, and thereafter from 1986 I decided my mum was paying for my mum was working, and I felt it bad. I mean, every day she's going to work and I'm going to university. She was working for Toyota, she was sewing car seats. And I felt very, very bad to see that she's working so hard. And what I did was that I decided to leave university in 1985 at the end of the year. I graduated in 86, but with a BA Law degree. And thereafter I went and worked at Westville Prison. I got a job there as a public prosecutor. I used to prosecute the members for assaulting prisoners and those who transgress the rules and regulations of the Prison Act. Also, we should prosecute prisoners who disobeyed the rules and regulations for the proper and effective management of the prison. So I worked there right up to 1989, and then I felt that it basically was the same job like every day, and I felt that the BA Law I did, it was like half sort of finished. I might as well go back and do the LLB. But in between, I also did something in commerce there. I felt that chartered accounting was also a good field. I did something, some accounting courses, etc. through UNISA. I passed that, but then once I started to work the prison properly, I felt I was going back into the criminal aspect of law. And then I went back, I started to drive taxis in, I went back in 1990, I went back to campus, and my father then, he started the taxi business. I started to drive taxis in the night. I went to university during the day. I also got married in 1990. My parents forcefully said, well, your sister is married and you have to get married now. And yeah, so thereafter that I started to drive taxis at night. I did the LLB in 2 years. And after I completed the LLB degree, I started to serve articles at Viren Singh & Company, which is quite a renowned company in Durban, and also at Singh & Singh. I served my articles, and after I completed my articles, I started my own practice immediately after that. I just worked for 2 months as a professional assistant.
Chairperson, my apology if I may. I'm sorry to do this. The chairperson should have advised you that we've got a very limited time, but also he did indicate that we have received your CV. So probably if through your good self, Chair, my apology to do this. I didn't want to be rude.
Because some applicants do become terrified if you, but please take note of what the chairperson is saying and stick to what the chairperson is saying.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for bringing that to my attention. Yes, and I thereafter became a practitioner, and while I was a practitioner, I studied. I registered for a master's degree in international business contracts. I basically went right up to the point where I did finalize my thesis, and I also I wrote the conveyancing exam. I'm also a conveyancer. And I attended lots of conferences. I'm also a member of NADEL, National Association of Democratic Lawyers. And yeah, and I think so that's what, I've got most of that in my CV there. I don't know if I'm going to start anything else there. But yeah, that's it.
Honorable Soma.
Thank
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and also good morning, Mr. Maharaj. My apology for interjecting, because I thought it will help to spend more time in the questions. Having said that, Chair, my question will be from the assumption that you read the advert and also you did a little bit visit section 195 of chapter 10 of the SA Constitution. Say, the Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote the values and principles of section 195 of the South African Constitution of the Republic. In your own words and your understanding, sir, may you kindly take this panel into your confidence, just to say what is your understanding on the functions and of the Public Service Commission and the values and the principles that governs the public service administration. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, one of the core functions of the Public Service Commission, and which is a very onerous function in the sense that it encompasses a lot. It's investigation, monitoring, evaluating organization in all organizations of state or all organs of state. That is one of the core functions. It has to make sure that the organization is being administered properly. That is, in all sense of the word, we'd say administration, as far as the employment of the people is concerned, in the finances of the organization is concerned, on the resources of the organization, on the disciplinary of staff of the organization, complaints that the staff have of the organization. So it's quite a very broad spectrum. It also has to propose measures in order to give effective and efficient performance in respect of the public service. It also has to give directions to the personnel regarding the recruitment, the transfers, the promotion, and obviously the dismissal. It also has the reporting function. It has to report on the efficacy of the organization, how it is performing, whether it is doing good, whether there's problem in the organization. The portfolio committee has done numerous investigations. The one I think was done in Polokwane, if I'm not mistaken, or Limpopo, where the organization went into administration, and that is because of the function of the portfolio committee. Therefore, it's a very onerous task, in that it's tasked with, I feel it's tasked with too much, with very little people. The government, the organization, the presidency or the constitution treats the organization with such importance, in the sense that it reports directly to Parliament. It's created with the Act of Parliament. It reports directly to Parliament. But what I see there is that it's given so much of responsibility, but there's less staff. I feel that they should have more staff in order to handle its mandate. Because the thing is that you really look at
Raj, I said I don't want to interrupt when you are answering questions. You are asked one question,
Okay, sir.
and you must answer that question that is asked.
Sorry,
Remember, we have many candidates to interview, and this panel, each member is going to ask you a question. If you take an hour in one question from one member, it would not be fine.
Thank you, sir. I will adhere to that request, sir. They also have to advise on the national and provincial organs. It also has to, one of its other functions is also to report, at least once a year, it has to report to Parliament on the state of the organization. And yeah, I think so. In a nutshell, and obviously it has to adhere to ethics, transparency, accountability, all those things go there.
Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Mr. Maharaj.
Good morning, Ms. Kivi.
I want you to relax,
Thank you.
please. Okay, I'm going to ask you 2 questions, but my first question starts with a preamble. My first question, therefore, as I'm going to be starting, the Public Service Commission functions aimed at, among other, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. Now my question is, in your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service, and how can the Public Service Commission reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing public administration? That is my first question. And my second question is, constitutionally, do you think spouse and children of the political representatives and former members should be prevented from doing business with the state? Provide merit for your answer and provide a solution. I thank you, Mr. Maharaj.
Thank you, Ms. Kibi. Regarding the first question, I feel that in order for the Public Service Commission to ensure that we have a world-class administration, I feel that we should ensure that, firstly, we've got to have absolutely skilled staff. It must be housed with properly skilled staff. And the other important thing, certain people must be, well, not certain people, all, but certain people in key position, they must have the highest ethical and integrity. Ethics and integrity is very important. I feel that what we need to do, which I doubt it at the moment we've got this, is that we should somehow get psychologists something to draw up, whereby we see people, you can vet people before you employ them at the stage of employment, to see whether this person over here will side towards corruption or is dedicated to the state. You must be loyal. Your patriotism must be with your country. Your patriotism must be with the people. When you join public service, your whole purpose must be to serve your country and not to see how you can make money out of the country. That is important. So you must get the right people. You must have the right infrastructure. Make sure your infrastructure is handled properly, and build on the infrastructure. What was given to us, and we must continue building and taking it to a world-class country. That's the one thing. The other question, ma'am, you asked me with regard to the spouses and family. I personally feel that that should not be the case. That is how you bring in corruption into the whole thing. And this country is bleeding because of that. I feel that spouses and obviously children, they should not be allowed to do business with the state. They should be independent. And the problem is that invariably, although you may be ethical, at some stage the lines get blurred. So I feel also in terms, there's nothing stop a person who is employed in the state to ask his family members to be to basically run the business. But in fact, it is his business. So I feel in terms of legally speaking, there are acts or things in place there of Parliament which states that obviously members should not do business with the state. But then I think so your question is very, very valid in that you state now it's not just the members or the employee, but the family. So I think there maybe something needs to be done. Although I think so, the Public Service Commission they did have a workshop, I think so, with the CIPC, etc. And they stated, well, you know what, they look at normally the identity numbers and see whether it's a thing. But with the family members, I feel maybe there should be some sort of disclosures at the outset when you're being employed by the state. You should put who your family members, put your ID numbers over there. On that Z83 form, you should put that down so that if at any stage you got your family members involved over there, it will start picking it up. The CIPC will pick up this is a family member, or even if you've got a trust. I think they've also got something in the Master's Office. The Master's Office is also linked up. So they can pick up, you know, this is the son or this is the daughter of the minister or a director general or a head of department, and they can just drop red tapes there. I just hope it helps you out there.
I want to repeat, Mr. Maharaj, I don't want to tell you how to answer the question.
Sure.
But if you are asked two questions, all we expect is for you to give us two answers because you are asked two questions. Don't go to town, but ensure that you answer the question that is asked.
Thank you, sir. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Smith.
Mr. Maharaj, thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Subisi, a member of this panel. I'm going to ask you two questions. The first one with a preamble, it reads, the Constitution directs the public service to be professional, accountable, and development-oriented, and the NDP further amplifies this constitutional directive by identifying specific steps that need to promote the values and principles across public administration. Therefore, the questions are, what is your understanding on the vision of professionalizing the public administration in the country? In your response, sir, could you please distinguish between cadre deployment based on the meritocratic and mediocratic into the public administration? What could be the role of the Public Service Commission in ensuring professionalization of the public administration is institutionalized? My last question is, again with a preamble, maladministration and corruption are concerns so ingrained in the public service, has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on the development in this country. The question is, what causes corruption and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing, reducing, and keeping corrupt practices in the public service? Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solutions in your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subisi. In respect of the question of professional or a highly professional organization in terms of the constitutional mandate, one of the functions of the Public Service Commission is that when it comes to human resources, it is they have an oversight function in respect of recruiting human resources and vetting them. So, in that sense, the public service, in order in order to fulfill the constitutional mandate, they should play a much more active role in make sure that those that are employed in senior positions like sort of director generals, etc., they should make sure that these people are very high caliber people, and make sure that they have the necessary qualifications for the job, and they must obviously they must be highly ethical, and they must be people of integrity. That is the only way, my personal opinion, is how we will be definitely able to have a world-class society and world-class organization, if we make sure that the people that is employed, and that is the function of the Public Service Commission. They need to be part of it. However, that is not happening. I suppose because they feel it's felt that the Public Service Commission is sort of policing and etc., which obviously the Public Service Commission they should do the job without fear, favor, or prejudice. So I feel that they have the constitutional mandate to do that. In respect of the corrupt practices, there are lots of examples of the corrupt practices. I mean, one look at the one with ESCOM, with Transnet, and there is the rule. The laws are there in place. There is I think so in terms of PAMA, the Public Administration Management Act there. I'm not too sure of the section there. There is a section in terms of the act there which criminalizes these corrupt practices, and where they do where you get these people doing business with the state when they was not supposed to do that. So my personal take is that the organization should become proactive. They should in fact put more staff. I think in each department, what should happen is that the Public Service Commission, they should put people there to monitor. You cannot put one; you should put two people in each organization, so that they can perform an oversight function. They can see what is happening in the organization, and they can report to the head of the organization with whether it's justice, whether it is the police or wherever they are. They can report back, and thereafter that the organization can make its recommendations and findings to Parliament.
Honorable Coman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Mahawaj.
Good morning, Ms.
My
Kumar.
name is Rosina Komane, the member of this committee and this panel. I had so many questions for you, but I'm tempted to ask only two. My first question would then be, professionalization of the public service can happen as a function of meritocracy, which is system of appointing or promoting staff based on their knowledge and skills. My question to that would then be, as a commissioner of the PSC, how do you advise government departments to institutionalize meritocratic ethos and in the administration of the state in order to achieve professional service? My last question would then be, how do you think the PSC can strengthen its own oversight and the oversight by Parliament? Thank you very much.
In respect of the first question, what we've got to decide if a certain job or a certain appointment has to be made, it's important for the organization to first investigate and see exactly what the job entails, And thereafter that, when it goes on the selection process, I mean, there was a whole article written down regarding the selection, I think so by the previous chairperson, Mr. Stan Sankema. He wrote a whole article on this, which states that you've got to get the right person for the job, and the way you do it, the way you advertise for the job, the screening processes that is involved, you go through in a detailed manner, and you have your deadlines, etc., your targets, so that at the end of the day, we make sure that when screening a person, the proper person is got with the minimum amount of time, and that the person that is chosen must obviously we must ensure that the person has integrity, and so hence we must make sure that we do due diligence. Sometimes it's maybe best also to make sure that you get a ethics committee which deals with that there. The second part of the question was regarding oversight. In terms of the mandate, the portfolio committee has also is also entrusted with the oversight of the various organizations which make up the administration. The problem is again that staffing. Staffing is the biggest problem there, in the sense that not much is being done to go into the various organizations and do the due diligence and check what is happening, how the projects are being handled, whether there's been proper due diligence when it comes to the tendering, etc. So in terms of oversight, the Commission needs to go into these organizations, check up what's happening there, and also to make sure to see exactly what projects which are being done, whether there's financial accountability, etc. So that is the only way in which we'll be able to make sure that the organization, that the various public administration bodies know that the Public Service Commission, they are here, they are checking up on us, and we obviously, as far as possible, we will be able to nip any corruption, or even not corruption, wasteful expenditure, etc. If the public service organization is there all the time, so to speak.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, sir. My name is Leon Schreiber, another member of this committee. I've got one question from my side, starting with a brief preamble. It is believed that a responsive, ethical and values-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the PSC on public administration malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. The question is, how can the PSC strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in public administration? Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
In respect of this question here, when it comes to corruption, as I've also indicated earlier, the most important thing is that the manner in which people are appointed, we must make sure that people with integrity, the screening process is very, very important. We must make sure that the person those that are shortlisted, etc., they are the best candidates, and proper vetting, etc., is done prior to that. But however, in the event that where at the end of the day we find that people are involved in corrupt practices, then we've got other organizations, and the Public Service Commission, in terms of the mandate, all other organizations have to work hand in hand with the Public Service Commission. That is, whether it's justice, whether it's police, whether it's health, whether it's agriculture, they all have to work. So in that sense, there is that we've got if there's any problems there, the Public Service Commission can easily go to the NPA, to that's the Director of Public Prosecutions. It can go to the Department of Justice, etc. There are acts in place also which make sure that that corruption amongst the civil servants will obviously be acted upon without fear or favor by the prosecution authorities. So my answer to that question, as said, is that we should not fear. The Public Service Commission should not fear. It should actually have teeth, and it should report the organization or report the person. However, it seems that due to staff shortages, etc., most probably it's not being done. And so as I said, is that I feel that the organization should not hesitate to investigate these malpractices.
Thank you. Honorable Maluleke.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, Mr. Maharaj.
Morning, Mrs. Maluleke.
Mr. Maharaj, there is a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. In your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, but yet it still goes on? Can you briefly tell us how are you going to make sure that public servants, they don't do business with the state? Thank you, Chair.
Ma'am, firstly, public servants, in terms of acts of parliament, if I'm not mistaken, is that they cannot do business with the state. And if I'm not mistaken, the President Cyril Ramaphosa, I think in one of the sonas, had said it is a criminal offense. It has been criminalized. But the problem is that nobody is doing anything about that. Now, the thing is that the Public Service Commission, it's, as I've also indicated earlier on, is that it is also part of the recruitment, and it's part of investigating what goes on as far as human resources is concerned. Now, the thing is that in terms of the Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Commission needs to go and say, well, listen here, this person here, it is a misconduct. Apart from it being criminal, it's a misconduct. The organization needs to start forming a charge sheet. And obviously, it first has to do its investigation to find out, well, listen here, this person has done this, it's basically doing business with the state, it's not supposed, it has to do a whole investigation. And after it finds out that it's done a proper investigation, and it's got all the authorities to assist, thereafter it charges the person. And one of the important things is when the person is charged, especially if you've got very good evidence against the person, first I'm concerned, the person should be suspended immediately, irrespective of what. You do not have the person sitting down in office over there when the person has flagrantly, you can see he's done something wrong. By keeping the person there, you are tampering with evidence. These people, what they start doing, they start interfering with the witnesses of the state. And so therefore, in terms of the Labour Relations Act, the government has got all all the right to suspend the person out there. You suspend the person and you do a hearing, and after that you get rid of the person. It's a bad apple, you get rid of. That's what is that is my personal take on that question. You get rid of the person by means of the law, by means of the Labour Relations Act, which the government can use, that the Public Service Commission can make those recommendations. This is what needs to be done. The person needs to be charged for misconduct and taken out.
Mr. Maharaj, is there any question you want to put to the panel?
Yeah.
Relax, relax, relax. I see that you... Oh, I haven't asked question 10. Sorry, Mr. Maharaj.
Okay.
Relax and take note of this question that I'm going to... Don't be nervous, please. We want to ensure that applicants are relaxed, they listen to the questions properly, and give the best of their answers so that at the end, as the committee, we are able to get the best out of the best. Please relax. I will start off with the preamble to the question I'm going to put to you. The power to appoint in South Africa is assigned by Section 3, subsection 7 of the Public Service Act. Ministers or MECs can delegate the power to officials within departments. So my question is in two parts. The first part, what are the major obstacles in the recruitment system in the public sector? Is the public sector recruitment system effective in order to ensure professional and capable state? The second part, what can be the role of the Public Service Commission in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system in order to ensure that public servants are appointed based on merit? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The question of the first question of delegation, the problem which I foresee there is that sometimes you may get the second in charge or third in charge because the function has been delegated. The person that is delegated to appoint the staff, that person may not have the real insight, like, say, for example, like the head of office or the director general, whoever the senior person is, who's responsible for choosing the person. So my thing is that my personal thing is that if you are in charge of choosing the person, due to your years of service, your professional qualifications and your experiences, etc., the right person should the head should actually do the employment of the person, because the thing is that they will be able to select the right, correct candidate. The problem is that sometimes when you give it to junior people to do the task there, they may without committing any wrong, but they may not choose the correct person. So as a result, you may get some very good candidates there, but however, because the selection process was not right, the person that was doing the choosing of the candidate over there did not have the sort of insight, I would say, and then as a result of that, you may not get the right person being appointed. With regard to the second question there of unethicals, etc., the problem what we face over there is that you get sometimes, because you get political appointments, and that I feel is one of the biggest obstacles when it comes to running efficient public administration. As far as when it comes to appointments, we should make sure, or the Public Service Commission, it is an independent body, and it should not. It's accountable to Parliament and nobody else. So my personal take is that it should make sure that it handles that portfolio properly without favor or fear, in the sense that when it comes to the choosing of the candidate, as the organization here, as we sit, we've got the Public Service Commission is made up of not one person, but is made up of a whole team of people, and it should not take instructions from somebody from the top, whereby it says, well, certain person should be appointed. It should work independently, and so that the right person is appointed for the job.
Mr. Maharaj, I skipped question 10. Let me go back to what I asked earlier. Is there any question you want to put to the interview panel? Based not a question, but it's just from what my own take is that I feel it's the responsibility which the public service has. It's a very big responsibility. It's sort of, although it's not said, it sort of carries the nation in the sense of it has a huge responsibility, oversight when it comes to the human resources, when it comes to accountability, transparency, etc. So the thing is, I feel that it needs more people. It needs to get people, highly ethical people, to make sure that those people that are put in those top posts, those big director general posts, and it comes to people that are involved when it comes to these procurement posts, etc. The Public Service Commission should be involved in those things in every department where procurement is involved. They should have people sitting down there, and these people, they should have highly ethical people whose job is not who join the public service because of being a public servant, and not because of they want to enrich themselves or enrich their family. It must be pure dedication. It's like those days in my perceptions of those Russian days, whereby you swear your allegiance to the state, and you only work for the state, and you do not want anybody to rob the state, not even your own brother or your sister. You must work with loyalty. You must be patriotic to your Thank you,
country.
Mr. Maharaj.
Yes.
I'm compelled now to interject, because the question was very simple to say to you, is there any question you want to put to the panel? If you don't have, you just say you don't have. Yes. But you have answered in the manner you have, and I can't take away that answer from you. That's your answer. I want to thank you very much. Of course, we have a number of candidates that we are interviewing today. You will be informed of the outcome of the interview by the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You are released.
Thank you very much, panel. It was nice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chair, please, can you maybe indicate as and when the people that are being interviewed here comes in, so they don't virtue this interview as if it has got to ample time. Maybe if you can indicate to them that their examination time would be this much, so that they know if they skip their time, they would not be able to answer other questions, and that would as well make them not to pass the examination. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, I was compelled. I agree with what you are saying. Having listened to Mr. Maharaj, then I said in my mind, now I will put up front to the candidates that they must listen carefully to the questions, answer the questions, and they don't have the whole day.
But the problem is we can't treat today's candidates differently from yesterday's candidate. I mean, consistency should apply. Because we didn't apply that yesterday, so why today? I'm now a unionist. Why today?
But Chair, I think yesterday our candidates were really short. They were direct to the point.
That's another dilemma that I have. That I didn't want to do things that I didn't do to others. Because it would be unfair. Yeah. That's another dilemma that makes me to relax and not interject. But okay, next candidate. Good morning. Are you Ms. Ngumbela?
Yes,
Yeah, Ngumbela number two. Okay. Ms. Ngumbela, can you briefly let me introduce myself first before I get to this? I am Giorgio James, the chair of the interview panel, and I'm also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. Yeah, it's not only me who's going to put questions to you. All members of the panel are going to ask you questions. Firstly, could you confirm what is contained in your CV, briefly, not in details, taking into account that we do have your CV in front of us?
Okay. Oguhle is a 29-year-old BA Public Management and Governance graduate who matriculated in 2009. I went then to the University of Johannesburg to pursue my academic career. It is then that I studied Public Management, Governance, Information Management, and Communications. On my third year, I was able to get an internship at Luthuli House in the Communications Department, now known as the Department of Information and Publicity. It was then I learned administration, media monitoring, media liaison, logistics, and events coordination. Then later on, I was subsequently appointed as an appointment secretary to former minister in the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, where I rendered administrative roles and services.
Honorable Som, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning, Ms. Ngumbela. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Thank you very much. You are most welcome. And of course, the Chair did indicate that we have gone through your CV and we were doing it summative when I entered the room. But having said that, I would like to add that my question would be based on assumption that you have read the section 197 of the South African Republic of South Africa Constitution and also other related legislation pertaining to this position that you've got an interest in. May you then, I'll start with a one-liner preamble and then ask the question. Did I say my name is Mainale Soma, member of the committee? Thank you. I have to repeat it because sometimes I forget. The Public Service Commission have a mandate constitutionally to promote the values and principles of Section 197 of the SA Constitution. In your own words, ma'am, can you take this committee into your confidence and briefly just tell us your understanding on the functions of the Public Service Commission and the values and the principles governing the Public administration, as it were. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. My understanding of the PSC would then be that I understand that it has an objective and mandate to evaluate, monitor, and investigate administrative procedures and processes. I understand that it is to make recommendations and advise on administrative practices and policies regarding public service. I believe that the objectives and my understanding of the PSC would then be to promote and maintain impartiality, accountability, leadership across all government sectors and spheres. I believe it is there to build trust and build a relationship between the public and the government. My understanding of the PSC is it is a mechanism, a platform, an institution that is there to enable government to establish positive budget outcomes, to then be able to have a high caliber of professional workforces within government, to have processes for selection and recruitment within the government sphere that are on merit, a high caliber standard professional standards, and it is there to try and foster a culture that is also guided by the Bantu Pillar principles and has a high value of moral principles and high ethical conduct. That would be my basic understanding of the PSC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ms. Okuhle Ngumbela.
Yes.
I am Miriam Kiwi, a member of this committee and also a member of the panel.
Okay.
I'll be asking you 2 questions, Ms. Okuhle.
Okay.
And my first question starts with a preamble. The PSC functions aimed at, among other, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. Now my question is, in your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service, and how can the Public Service Commission reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing a public administration? And my second question, constitutionally, do you think spouse and children of the political representatives and former members should be prevented from doing business with the state? In your response, you need to provide merit for your answer and provide a solution. Those are my questions, and I thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. Okay. The impact the PSC has or should have. Of course, an institution that has such a huge mandate is making an impact, as much as it's probably not as fast as the public, or the policies that are put in place are not on track the way that it should be. However, it is making an impact because with collaboration and a consultation with the public, it is taking in consideration what needs to be done. It's creating dialogue with the public to build that trust and have that culture of transparency and openness. That on its own, I feel that it has an impact that should be one of the fundamental traits of government, to be open and transparent within its processes. Excuse me, I'm a bit nervous.
No, relax.
Okay.
Nervous. Pull down.
Okay. Is it okay? However, acknowledging the impact that it already has, as much as it is not where government would like it to be because of resources, corruption, and things like that that hinder the process of progression, there is a way that it could reposition itself, coming up with innovative policies, having people who champion these policies to being able to make sure there is service delivery, there is a culture of strong value in order for things and objectives to be obtained and achieved. There is there should be a dialogue between the public and the government, the PSC itself, where it consults with the public as to how should it improve in impactful issues, which are the issues that should be impacting the public. And in that way, I think that it could impact and develop communities. And then the question, other leg of the question spoke to spouse and a political affiliation with or doing business with the state. I strongly believe, I have a strong belief that the two should be separated, and there should no be tolerance for it. There should be measures and procedures to try stop business affiliations with the state. As much as there is procedures such as declaring business that you're doing on the side, I even think that is a leeway to corruption. There should be no leniency, because as much as people do declare the business that they are doing, it's still, there is corruption. Positions, awards, and tenders are still put out there with a specific person that will be awarded the position or the job, which then should be counteracted before it even happens. Set up harsh consequences for those who do not adhere to these policies and procedures and measurements. Have a harsh judicial or legislation that will deal with the impact of corruption and not going according to the systems and rules that are put in place. I believe that business with the state does not help the professionalism of the state, and as a public servant, you should forfeit business in any way. Measures of audit to regulate these processes should be put up to curb trends and corruption and malpractice and ill treatment of finances. I believe that the killing of or the stopping completely of business with the state then neutralizes the power of those. The power of those in the position, people who have power to make these procurement decisions. By killing it and making it no longer a thing that is set in motion, it eliminates corruption to a standstill or to a certain extent. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Ms. Ogusha, I am Honorable Spacey, a member of this panel. I'm going to ask you two questions. The first one, it's having a preamble. It reads, The Constitution directs the public service to be professional, accountable, and development-oriented, and the NDP further amplifies this constitutional directive by identifying specific steps that need to promote the values and principles across public administration. The question, therefore, what is your understanding on the vision of professionalizing the public administration in the country? In your response, could you please distinguish between cadre deployment based on the meritocratic and mediocratic into the public administration? Another question, what could be the role of the Public Service Commission in ensuring professionalization of the public administration as institutionalized? Please take my last question with a preamble again. Maladministration and corruption are cancers so ingrained in the public service, has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on the development in this country. Question is, what causes corruption, and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing, reducing, and keeping corrupt practices in the public service? Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solutions in your response. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your question. My understanding to professionalize the state would then to be working on a basis of merit. The basic fundamental step is then recruiting a workforce, staff that is more than able, that is by merit, that has relevant qualifications to the job spec. There should be procedures and policies that allow the recruitment process to be clear, to be transparent, to be open and fair, regardless of gender and race. However, it should be based on merit and merit only. Experience and qualifications, those are two should be the driving factors of deployment or appointment. There should be professional standards. I believe that the PSC, one of the objectives of the PSC is to professionalize the state, is to retrain and attract a workforce of high caliber, making sure that the selection and the recruitment processes are of high code of conduct and offer equal opportunities. My opinion or view on cadre deployment is, to speak to my previous point, is that at some point it can become reckless and dangerous because people are now shifted and deployed in areas in which they are not experts or don't have knowledge of or a vast in-depth knowledge of. Therefore, that in itself becomes dangerous because it's gatekeeping progress in all spheres of government. I believe that maybe that should be looked into, and innovative policies and procedures should be then implemented to do it in a manner that is fair, open, and makes sense on a professional level. That's what I believe. I believe cadre deployment should at least introduce training, encourage further education, and in those relevant departments, placing people in areas that they have no knowledge or experience in is detrimental not only to the party but to the state and to the normal citizen who's paying tax and does not know of the situation at hand. So I believe that cadre deployment is dangerous on that note. And yes, recruitment and selection processes should have characteristics of merit. It should be institutionalized, also be cemented by the Bantu Pillar principles at all times. Deployment should always be cemented by a backdrop of NDP, the core mandate of everything that else is going on, not because of affiliation, not because of power, not because of wealth and other things that do not merit the profession. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a follow-up question on this one, Chair, if I may. Related to this question of cadre deployment and the statement, first of all, good morning, ma'am. The statement you made about cadre deployment being a dangerous thing, I do, however, see on your CV that you've listed the spokesperson of the ANC, what seems to be the daughter of the former president of the ANC, lots of experience working in the ANC. Do you consider yourself to be an ANC cadre, ma'am?
At the moment, no. You need to understand, when I was working with these people, it was never a point where I was appointed because of being a cadre. I had applied and was appointed by due merit. I was then under the people that you are mentioning now as my supervisors. For example, the former president's daughter, she was my chief of staff. There was no way that I would get an appointment secretary position by cadership. We're never met. We don't have a previous background or backdrop. Therefore, it was solely my supervisors serving in government and political, in political party. It was two different spheres that were not related, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, once again. My name is Honorable Komani Rosina, member of this committee and the panel. Can I ask you the following questions? Two questions. The one would start with a preamble that would say professionalization of the public service can happen as a function of the meritocracy, which is system of appointing or promoting staff based on the knowledge and skills. The question to that would then be, as a commissioner of the PSC, how would you advise government departments to institutionalize meritocratic ethos in the administration of the state in order to achieve professional public service? And then the second question would then be, how do you think the PSC can, one, strengthen its own oversight? And number two, how do you think that it would strengthen the oversight by Parliament? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe that I think that the government, in taking any endeavors into improving its structures and its way, its procedures that it conducts, there should always be driving policies that are strong, that are innovative. The PSC should provide strategic and appropriate policies to develop and manage issues such as in the workforce, such as staff mobility, ethical conduct, succession planning, learning and development, equality and diversity to represent the wider community, appointment and procedures. Everything that should be done on ethical on conduct, guided by the mandates that are put forward in the institution, whether it is the Constitution or the NDP or the ethos of the PSC, it should always be the center of government that focuses largely on public policies that allow programs to be implemented that give service, efficient service delivery and accountability in the workforce, to strengthen the oversight. Okay. Essentially, then, I'd believe that there should be again, strategic and innovative policies put in place that will help with the planning, organization, coordinating and controlling of the PSC to then identify, evaluate and investigate shortfalls, short skills, so that it strengthens its short points. I believe that it should put policies and measures in place and have policies that advise the institution to make later implementations, whether it's strengthening leadership structures, monitoring within the government, its policy implementations, whether it's public service related issues, then apply those policies to then eradicate shortfall and oversight. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And I just have one question, which will have a quick preamble followed by the actual question, ma'am. It is believed that a responsive, ethical, and values-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the PSC on public administration malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. Then the question is, how can the PSC strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public administration?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. In regards to the PSC curbing corruption, there's always a fundamental start to everything that should then proceed to then get to a bigger picture. I believe that corruption manifests from places of greed, when there are places of gateway, and there are policies that are put in place but are not implemented well, or have the skilled people to do the jobs. So I feel that the PSC should invest in training, people of security and investigation, use resources efficiently and effectively to then provide those measures to be able to instill consequences of corruption. Invest in staff, training, workshops, have a national school of governance that within the working environment in a smaller scale, implement plans, redevelop lacking policies and improve implementations. Irregular appointments go, yes, with corruption, nepotism, favoritism, affiliation. It is a sad but going on issue within government, whether it's on a high level or at local government. However, maybe my solution would then be finding auditing or quality assurance committees that are not that are outsourced to then come in and mitigate all these issues and ensure that they are eradicated, bring in a solution to unethical practices and power. My solution would then probably to rotate and change power as much and as often as possible, so that public servants don't relax. Public servants are not given the space or time to breathe or even think of corruption. Align and neutralize processes and make them a public collaboration so that people know that they are being watched at all times. I believe that that's how I would take a step in trying to curb corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Sis Okuhle.
Good morning.
There is huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. In your own opinion, can you briefly tell us how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, yet it is still going on?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. In pursuit of a professional state and workforce, rooting out corruption and such practices, because they will be there, they like an incurring problem. I believe there are measures that are put in place, but however, I believe now it's time to put in harsher measures, given advice by the judiciary a system that could help us put a no leniency policy. People must know that or feel the hand of the law when it comes to these matters. Completely close the space or opportunities that may allow corruption to rise, have regular audits and procurement resources. If, for example, with every leg of procurement, there should be a rotation as to who is handling the situation, so then it cuts out the chain of, oh no, I know Usbanbani, if I do this, I know that I'll talk to this one. We cut that completely. In fact, even so, making sure people are probably executing their roles, not knowing who's doing what, and just having a collective objective of procurement or selection or promotion, whatever the case may be, have harsh consequences and policies that are effected and put in place so that people know and feel it, and name and shame people. I believe that could help the current situation with malpractice and corruption.
Thank you, Chair. I think the latter word does cover what I wanted to make a follow-up on. That I just want to put on you that whether do you agree with my statement?
Okay.
That corruption is not only limited to financial
Of course.
misbenefiting, but also it also goes to the predetermined, agreed deliverables in terms of time and the manner that it's supposed to be. Would I be correct if I understood that one as well? Thank you.
I would say that your assumption is correct. Corruption is not only financially based; it could be on different accounts and on different levels. Maybe it may not even be gaining financial gain. It could be getting somewhere because of affiliation or that sort of manner. So to answer your question, I don't think you would really be wrong in saying so. Okay. Yes.
Is there any question you want to put to the panel? Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Som. This is the second time now I'm skipping my question, and maybe you should take it. Okay, Ms. Ngumbela, I will give I will make a preamble first to my question. And my question has two parts. First part and the second part. The power to appoint in South Africa is assigned by Section 3, subsection 7 of the Public Service Act. Ministers or MECs can delegate the power to officials within the department. That's the preamble. The first part of my question is, what are the major obstacles in the recruitment system in the public sector? Is the public sector recruitment system effective in order to ensure professional and capable state? Then the second part, what can be the role of the Public Service Commission in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system in order to ensure that public servants are appointed based on merit? Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your question, Chair. Again, just to reinforce my previous pointers, I believe that one of the driving challenges the PAC or the government would then face would be then unfair or uneven power relationship within the workforce, which would then be corrupt behavior and processes that lack skills or lack the value to be ethical, would then lead us to a place where the structures of government are now weakened, and then there are gaps, which then allows things that regress the commission, the government, and all spheres of the government. The role of the PSC to appoint on merit would then, I believe, to identify reform opportunities and have policies and innovative policies that speak to these opportunities, ensure they attract and retain professional workforce and staff that is of a high caliber. The role of the PSC is then to advise government and implement government decisions in strengthening and giving the government capabilities to have a professional workforce, managing situations in terms of administrative and personnel practices and procedures, provide strategic and appropriate policies to develop and manage these issues, have ethical conduct, ethical conduct that will then help people and give them a framework of how to pursue the profession and line of duties. Performance recognition, selection and recruitment on merit, qualifications should be vetted, learning and development in that sense would then help to have a high caliber of professionals within government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ngumbela. Is there any question you want to put to the committee? I jumped my question initially, then I went to the last question.
I think my question would then be, after appointment of whoever the successful candidate would be, what are you guys expecting of this candidate within the first 30 to 90 days in the office? And yeah, that is basically my question, because I was wondering, should I have made it? What would be my first objectives to achieve within those 30 to 90 days? That's my question.
I think I must the members can add to my response. Of course, Ms. Ngumbela, when you are new in any department, you will have to go through induction.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be the first thing we do. We take you through induction, of course, within a specified time of that induction,
Okay.
so that you get orientated properly into the new environment.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. No, I'd like to extend. Oh, okay.
Let me not interrupt you.
No.
I wanted to thank you.
Oh, I wanted to thank you guys. In fact, I thank you for the opportunity and allowing me to be here. It was quite an experience, a learning one at that. It is not often that people my age or people in women or girls or are afforded such opportunities that allow them to grow in such spaces, and I want to say thank you.
We thank you, Ms. Ngombela. An opinion is an opinion. We can't challenge it. That's how you feel. That's how you have seen the South African
Not bad at
society. I can't judge you on that.
Thank you for
That's
the
how you
opportunity, yeah.
you have experienced it in one way or another.
Another, yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Ngombela. Don't relax.
Okay.
We are not so horrible.
Not at all.
Yes.
It's just my nose.
Yeah,
That's it.
thank you
so
very much.
and good luck.
Of course, you will be informed of the outcome of the
Okay.
interview in due course.
All right.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. What time is it? Is it still morning or afternoon? Okay. Good morning, Mr. Dubazana. My name is Jojo James, the chairperson of this interview panel, also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. Could you please confirm what is contained in your CV briefly, not in details, because we do have the copy of your CV. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning, honorable members. I'm not sure if I'm permitted to take my mask off because I can see social distancing is...
You are permitted because we may not hear you properly when you have the mic, the mask on. That is why we ourselves as well have taken down our mask.
Okay, sir.
And not taking cue from Donald Trump in any way.
No, not.
Yeah.
Especially me coming from a person who chairs the OHS committee and the COVID-19 task team. So I first checked the social distancing. Yeah, okay, no, thank you. Yes, what is confirmed in my CV, I would limit it to probably my experience and my qualifications. Yes, I hold 2 master's degrees, one in public management and development, and the other one in management, and hold also 2 BTech degrees in public management and labor relations management, and a national diploma in public management. I also hold a degree, Bachelor of Commerce in law. I have also done some few courses, including the course with Stellenbosch, which is the course attended by the commissioners and panels of councils, bargaining councils, the commissioners of CCMA, that is conflict resolution, how to manage conflicts in the workplaces. In terms of the work experience, my work started when I started working for Anglo-American in the private sector in 1995 as in the as a senior industrial relation assistance in the IR environment, and moved on to join the public service in 2002 as the state accountant in the Department of Health in the Northwest, and a year later moved on to be the assistant manager, that is the manager responsible for managing the administration and finances of the hospital, that is the Odi Hospital, and a year later joined Department of Social Development. I was also responsible as a manager, deputy director at that time in 2004, responsible for administration, human resources and finances of the social security branch within the social development. And in 2005 requested a transfer to the Northwest, joined the land reform in the Department of Land Affairs. I was responsible also there for finances, corporate services of the Land Reform Office. In 2006, I was promoted to a position of director at the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, and my role there was to be responsible for the administration of court services. So that is to make sure that when the court was supposed to be in session every day, the court in the Northern Cape were in session. And then joined ICASA after 3 years of being director at Department of Justice as the senior manager responsible for admin support services at ICASA head office, and remained in that position for 4.5 years. And in 2013 joined South African Social Security Agency as the general manager, which is equivalent of a chief director, responsible for corporate services. It's the position that I currently hold there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Twazan. The honorable members are also going to ask you questions. I therefore call on Honorable Som.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning, Babu Dubazan.
Morning,
My
ma'am.
question will be informed by an assumption, notwithstanding what you have just said in terms of your qualifications and experience. An assumption that you have gone through Chapter 10, Section 197 of the Constitution of the Republic and related legislations. I will give you a one-liner preamble and then the question. The Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote the values and principles of Section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic. If you may, sir, briefly take us in your understanding of the functions of the Public Service Commission and the values and the principles governing public administration, as it were. Thank you very much.
That's a big one. The question is, if I summarize it, is what is my understanding of the functions of the Public Service Commission and what are the values and principles that are enshrined in Section 195? Yes. Those two sections, they actually give the mandate or the reason why Public Service Commission exists. One of the main functions of the Public Service Commission that is coming from Section 196 is that in terms of Section 196, subsection 2, it's supposed to conduct its functions, carry out its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. And it must also ensure that it promotes the principles and values that are in Section 195. In doing so, the Public Service Commission must actually investigate the grievances that comes from the officials or the employees in the public service. That is in terms of, if you link that with the Act, the legislation is Public Service Act, Section 35 of the Public Service Act. The Commission must also make sure that it evaluates, it monitors, and also investigate the organization and administration and the effectiveness of the public service. So that is one of the functions that the Public Service Commission must do. They must also be accountable. It's one of, I'm going to be talking about them interchangeably, Section 195 and Section 196. The principles that are there in Section 195, which all of them are 9, which I may not be able to maybe mention them one by one, all of them, 9 of them, and all those functions that are 8 in terms of Section 194, all those paragraphs, A up to H. Yeah, those are actually the functions of the Public Service Commission. And you look at when you look at the principles, I've mentioned the one on the promoting the main important one. How can I forget it? Is the high standard of professional ethics that must be maintained in the public service is the main important one, because if that is not promoted, then in the public service there won't be an ethical corp that's supposed to always maintain high professional ethics. And because in terms of the public service regulations, Chapter 2 and the Chapter 2, which requires of the public service officials to comply with the Public Service Code of Conduct, which is in Chapter 2 of the Public Service Regulations. If they don't comply, the Public Commission doesn't monitor compliance with that principle, they won't be able to know that the departments really have the officials that always conduct themselves ethically at all the time. So one of the functions that public service must do is to report to the Parliament on annual basis in terms of the activities, both in the national departments and all provincial administrations. They must report to the legislatures as well in terms of the activities in those respective provinces. And the Public Service Act, when there are inquiries that are being conducted to ensure that the grievances are investigated, they, in terms of Public Service Commission Act, Section 9, can summon anybody as a witness to come and provide information that the Commission may believe that they are holding and can assist the Commission to do its work. So it's one of the functions that the Commission can do. And on their own accord, at their own accord, or upon receiving any complaint, they can investigate whatever complaint that they have been received from the officials in departments or from the public, and make recommendations to executive authorities and also to the people who lodge the complaint, or they can provide an advice to the executive authorities. And they also, in terms of Section 11 of the Public Commission Act, can issue rules that will regulate how investigations are done, how meetings are conducted in the Public Service Commission.
Chair, my apology. I wanted, because there are still other colleagues to ask, you might even cover their questions as well. But
No,
thank you very much.
I call on Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Butemba Dubaza. I am Miriam Kibi, a member of the committee and also of the panel as well. I'm going to ask you two questions. My first question starts with a preamble, and then it is as follows. The PSC functions aimed at, among other, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. Now, my question is, in your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service, and how can the Public Service Commission reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing a public administration? And my next question, Mr. Dubazana, is constitutionally, do you think spouse and children of the political representatives and former members should be prevented from doing business with the state? Provide merit for your answer and provide a solution. I thank you, Dadi Dubaza.
Thank you, ma'am, for the questions. The first one is the PSC in terms of the function that you mentioned, which is actually the main one, making business in the making impact in the public service. My answer will be, ma'am, will be twofold. It's a yes and no. Yes, in a sense that Public Service Commission, when you read their reports, it is clear in those reports that there are people that are submitting or sending or lodging complaints and grievances with the Public Service Commission, and they are investigated. And there are also complaints or requests that are given to the Public Service Commission from high-level institutions at the high level to also follow up to assist the government in arriving at certain decisions. They also do research in number of topics that are problematic. They would have identified the challenges in the public service. They would have identified those challenges, and they do research on their own accord. So to come up with the solutions for a number of problems that they would have identified and advise departments on how best they can deal with issues. I'll give you an example. Recently, the Commission issued the communique on unlawful instructions that are given to officials to carry them out, to say the officials, knowing what they are employed to do, knowing what is expected of them to do, having read the policies of their department, having read the legislations that are there, they should be able to say, this instruction I cannot carry, it's not lawful. But they should not only just say, I cannot carry it out, it's unlawful. They should advise what lawful way must that instruction be carried, because the instruction could have come from whatever office, because there is a need for that to be done. There is a problem that must be attended to. You don't just say it's unlawful, it's against the section, so-and-so section in the Public Finance Management Act or in the Public Service Act, I won't do it. But you must say, in terms of the law, this is probably how we can do it. And then you assist there, because there is a need probably for that to be carried out. And I said earlier on, my answer is yes and no. So in that respect, I believe that the Public Service Commission is doing a lot. And I know that also the Cabinet at some point requested the Public Service Commission to establish and manage and run with anti-fraud and corruption hotline, which they are currently managing, and they are reporting to this Parliament in terms of the activities of that hotline. So in that sense, they do really do a lot of work. And they have entered into MOUs with the various institutions, including the University of South Africa, and with also other institutions like Public Protector, like Auditor General of South Africa, to assist each other so that they avoid duplications and they improve on how best they can improve the public service. It is really making impact in that way. In my no comes from a point where the public do know little about Public Service Commission, whereas the law makes provision for the public also to can lodge their complaints, because the Public Service Commission is not only the watchdog for departments in terms of recruitment only, but also in terms of the service delivery. There is a principle there that says that the public service must be responsive to the issues or to the needs of the public. The public service must ensure that they respond adequately, accurately to the public. So if the Public Service Commission is not doing enough to ensure that the general public know about it, then there it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing in terms of those principles. So I would say that part is a no for me. But I know that the Public Service Commission has been going to the public through their citizen forum and through their public hearings, but they are doing it very rarely because most of the people know about that from their reports. I haven't come across them where I operate. And we deal with service delivery issues that have got a very serious impact in the lives of the people at SASSA because we pay grants and we are not perfect. And the people who come to SASSA should be able to know that if we don't do what we're doing, the Public Service Commission will be on our case. But I've never seen Public Service Commission coming to us. Maybe it's because in terms of the laws, Chair.
You have addressed the no part.
Okay, I was just going to say maybe in terms of the section 1962 of the Public Commission, it says those public service, those principles and values apply to all spheres of government and they apply to organs of state and public enterprises. But those two, that's why you don't see Public Service Commission going to ensure that these two are actually doing their best. And in terms of the resolution that the Portfolio Committee requested them to do of making sure that all the departments comply with Section 1 and 5, I haven't seen them sending us a request to ensure that we indicate how are we complying with the Section 1 and 5 of the Constitution. Yes.
Your answer was in full.
Quickly. Constitutionally, spouses and children of the politician, should they be allowed to do business with the state? That also, it's a tricky one. It's one that is sometimes, for the lack of a better way of putting it, I'll say sometimes it's catch-22 kind of situation, where, or it's a chicken and egg situation, because constitutionally, in terms of the Bill of Rights, in terms of Chapter 2 of the Constitution, politicians, children, and spouses are also South Africans. They are also people, they've got the rights as well that are protected in terms of the Constitution. The politicians, they are on their own individuals. And when they are politicians doing political work, they are doing their own business, they are doing their own work. And if a child of a politician then decide to run a business squarely, fairly, and cleanly, and then cannot do business with the state, it comes from a point where if there are no controls in place of managing conflict of interest, it becomes a problem. Because there could be a conflict of interest when a spouse or a child of a politician wants to do business with the state, in that there may be persuasion from the officials in the department, knowing that this is the spouse of the minister, this is the spouse of the MEC, therefore they might flout the processes to favor the officials in doing it. The notion that, or the position that the government wants to take to say, which is currently now the position of the cabinet of the government, to say the children of the politicians and the spouses must not do business with the state. It's going to, in the near future, be the law. But it is just there to manage the conflict of interest that is there, which in the main make public servants to flout processes because maybe there would be pressure from other people who are pressurized from other people from high offices, pressurizing others to put the rule book on the side and just do things to favor the spouses and children of the ministers. I would say yes and no. Yes, in the sense that they are people, they have the rights as South Africans.
You have addressed that, you are repeating it now.
Yes. I was just rapping. Yeah.
You, I'm not putting you off, but you have addressed the key tenets of the question. We are happy with it.
Yes, okay, sir.
I'm doing this not to put you off, just because we have a number of
Yeah. Yeah. So all what I wanted to say in wrapping up is that it's not a question that you can have a straight cut answer to it and say yes or no. So it is there. It was put across in the public discourse so that we as public servants must know that when it comes to doing our job, we need to comply with the rule books, with the laws, with the policies and of the department, and make sure that whoever, if we have advertised the tender, whoever gets the tender, we have followed the supply chain processes. So in that way, if the child gets the business, I don't know why it's wrong, but we know that it could be wrong because if it's the child of the president or whoever, it will always be seen as if there was persuasion and the rules were not followed because it is the child of the politician and they were favored. So to cut things short, if they are precluded from doing the business with the state, they will be making it easy for public servants and for themselves not to be involved in controversies and all that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Mr. Kanyaza. I'm Honorable Sibisi, a member of this panel. I'm going to ask you two questions. My questions with the statement says, the Constitution directs the public service to be professional, accountable, and development-oriented, and the NDP further amplifies this constitutional directive by identifying specific steps that need to promote the values and principles across the public administration. Therefore, the questions will be, what is your understanding on the vision of professionalizing the public administration in the country? In your response, could you please distinguish between cadre deployment based on the meritocratic and the mediocratic into the public administration? What could be the role of the Public Service Commission in ensuring professionalization of the public administration is institutionalized? Please take my last question. Maladministration and corruptions are cancers so ingrained in the public service, has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on the development in this country. Therefore, the question is, what causes corruption and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing, reducing, and keeping corrupt practices in the public service? Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solutions in your response. Thank you.
Chair, I will need to twist your arm.
It is rigid now.
Yes, can I request another member to just read again the questions? Yeah.
Can you repeat that question? He has asked two.
Which questions, Chair? Chair? Are you ready? My question, the statement is, the Constitution directs the public service to be professional, accountable, and development-oriented, and the NDP further amplifies this constitutionally directive by identifying specific steps that need to promote the values and principles across public administration. That is the statement. Therefore, the question is, what is your understanding on the vision of professionalizing the public administration in the country? In your response, could you please distinguish between cadre deployment based on the meritocratic and mediocratic into the public administration? Question number 2, what could be the role of the Public Service Commission in ensuring professionalization of the public administration is institutionalized? Then my last question of the day to you. The statement is, maladministration and corruption are cancers so ingrained in the public service, has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on the development in this country. Therefore, the question is, what causes corruption and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing, reducing, and capping corrupt practice in the public service? Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solutions in your response.
Yes. the professionalizing the public service is very key, given the fact that if public servants are not professional in what they are doing, they would not perform well. They would not perform well, and then departments will not achieve their objectives, and the mandates of those departments would not be achieved. So professionalizing the public service will start with ensuring that the policies of human resource policies of various departments comply with the tenets of the Constitution, especially the values and principles of the public service. Meaning that in terms of recruitment in the departments must make sure that the right people with the right skills and the right competencies are appointed following their policies that would assist them to identify the right people with the right skills and the right competencies. In that way, you will be able to professionalize the institution because you will appoint the professionals who know how to conduct their business professionally in the public service by ensuring that you bring those people with those professions and they must comply with the professions in terms of doing their work. Our policies will make sure that they are kept within what their professions want them to do. For an example, if it's a Department of Health, our policies must be clear when we appoint auxiliary nurses, when you appoint professional nurses, when you appoint midwiferys, and they are appointed in terms of a policy. Professionalizing them is to ensure that you get to know and understand what are the human resources needs of the departments to carry out the mandate, and what are the gaps that would have been identified to fill up those key needs. Needs can be filled by bringing people with professional skills and competencies, and also needs can be closed by ensuring that you put a policy in place that will identify how those who do not have skills can be upskilled, and they can, in terms of making sure that you put in place performance management and development, performance management development, and a system in place that will help us to make sure that we assist those who cannot professionally do their business. So the policies must be there to make sure that the public service is professionalized. Various departments must, in terms of their human resource development strategies, make sure that they engage or interact or collaborate with institutions of higher learning in various aspects of training and development, so that that can also assist, because you can only professionalize the public service only if we have the right people in the right positions, and then our policies also allow us to make sure that we make sure that we develop everybody to perform very well, and we monitor performance of everybody to ensure that we do perform very well. In terms of the public service regulations, there is a code of conduct also that is in place. The Public Service Commission must go out there and ensure that every department customizes that conduct, public service code of conduct, into their own departmental departmental code of conduct, so that all the officials in those departments can know what professional conduct, ethical conduct is allowed and what unethical conduct is not allowed in the department. Those will be all the activities that would assist various departments to make sure that everybody performs his duty professionally in an ethical conduct in those departments within the policies that are there of the department. What role? Yeah, that is how the last part of it was answering the role the public service can play to institutionalize professionalism in the public service. Firstly, I indicated that Public Service Commission must make sure that all the departments, they do have those strategies in place that will make sure that they are able to collaborate with the various institutions of learning, and they have their systems in place, they have their strategies in place to make sure that the public service cadre or the officials in their departments do have the right skills, the right competencies to be in those positions. Moving on to the next question, say, the cadre deployment. For me, the cadre deployment is, it's not a problem. It is happening across the globe. It is happening across the world in many countries. Even in the USA, cadre deployment has been happening for a number of years. Obviously, it is expected that when any political party that wins the government, when it comes to government, it will put, because its policies, political policies in its organization, obviously will be turned into government policies. And then you will need people who understand where they come from to come and implement them in the government, so that the government of the day can reach or achieve its own objectives. So cadre deployment, it comes from that point of view, that you have identified people with merits. You have identified people who have competencies, people who can do it. We have identified, and then you have matched those people against the positions that are there. Meaning that you have looked at their competencies, their qualifications and everything, and then you are sure that they can do better when put in certain positions. I do not see any problem when a process is followed that is known to everybody, that will be used to appoint people in certain positions. We know, obviously, politicians are deployed as political heads of the departments, and then you need people who will support the politicians to carry out the mandate of the ruling party. So they must meet the requirements of the positions that are there. Procedure must be followed. We know when you appoint the DGs in the public service and the DDGs nationally and provincially, the public service and administration has circulated or issued out the executive protocol that must be complied with. And the executive protocol that has been issued by Department of Public Service and Administration, it is there to assist ministers and deputy ministers who form panels when DDGs and DGs are appointed in the public service to comply with Public Service Act and the regulations, especially Section 11 of the Public Service Act, which indicates what ministers must do, or the panels after being appointed must do, to make sure that they look at those issues that are indicated in the executive protocol to get the right person to fill the position. So you may have your people identified within the party that is governing. If it's here in the Western Cape, they can have the person they've identified, that this is the person we want to appoint, but the person must also meet the requirements and the process must be followed to appoint that person. So that is that one in terms of the cadre deployment. I don't see any problem with cadre deployment. It starts from the president. He's a cadre deployee where he is right now. Deputy president, ministers, and everybody in the political. But in the administration, they can be identified for as long as they meet the requirements and the process is followed in terms of the executive protocol, that is they can be followed and the positions can be filled. When it comes to maladministration and corruption, so the question was, what causes maladministration and corruption? It's greedy in the main, in the public service. And in the private sector, it's greed. The greed that we have as people, it starts with us allowing ourselves to live outside our means. I know that my salary can move up to this level, but I live beyond that. And once I live beyond that, in terms of committing the salary that I get even before it comes, it will lead me to being persuaded at some point when I do my business. And that's where corruption starts. Corruption starts with us now looking at what additional cent can I get from where. And that causes corruption. We live beyond our means as the public officials, and we also want to assist the people without following processes. Yes, and now the question was, how can the Public Service Commission play a meaningful role? The financial disclosure framework that is in the chapter 3 of the Public Service Regulations go a long way to assist the Public Service Commission to deal with corruption in the public service. And we're looking at corruption and fraud only in a limited way. We think that it only happens at high level in terms of directors and chief directors and DDGs and DGs. Whereas even officials in supply chain, as low as, or at a very low level of a clerk, also are involved in corruption. The officials, clerical staff in HR environment are also involved in corruption. At SASA, we deal a lot with those who capture grants applications, and we are disciplined a lot of them, and then we report to the police. Most cases, we leave them there when they are dealt with by the police. What can be done? The weaknesses is the control environment that we have in the public service. We need to ensure that in every area, firstly, we need to vet all the officials, not limited to senior management as the framework that Public Service Commission follow right now has proposed, because they are only submitted to Public Service Commission is the financial disclosures for senior management in the public service. But if you look at the main corruption, the senior manager cannot do any corruption without involving a clerk, without involving a bid specialist or tender specialist. They are also involved. So we need to vet all those people. I cannot appoint my sister without being assisted by the personnel officer at the level of a clerk or administrative officer. So we need to vet all those people. So the solution is ensure that we improve the control environment by making sure that everything that is done in the public service is quality assured and not quality assured by the same people who are handling those things. So there must be a delegation of authorities and delegation of duties so that certain people can do a work up to a certain extent and the other person will come and verify that person and make sure that everything that we do is quality assured. So that is the solution for that. And the other solution is that which relates to in any event, I've addressed both of them. The solutions that I wanted to do. Yeah, I wanted to suggest the third one, which is training of all officials in all areas. And the workshops, Public Service Commission must be seen to be doing its work. It must go to the departments, it must conduct workshops, just like SARS did. SARS, people know SARS, people know SASA. It's not because people know SASA because they want money. People know SASA because SASA goes to the people through outreach programs, through workshops, through we go to people and we make sure that people raise their issues with us and then we respond to them. So Public Service Commission must be known, must be in the people. People must feel it, must see it and feel it. So those are the things that the Public Service Commission can do. People will report these corrupt activities and fraudulent activities in those workshops once the public service is in the people doing its work and making sure that people raise issues with them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rosina Komani, member of this committee and panel. Having noted your response, particularly to the cadre deployment, one would preamble her first question as such. Professionalization of the public service can happen as a function of meritocracy, which is a system of appointing or promoting staff based on the knowledge and skill. My question would then be, as a commissioner of the PSC, how would you advise government department to institutionalize meritocratic ethos in the administration of the state in order to achieve professional public service? And then my last question would then be, how would you think the PSC can, one, strengthen its own oversight, and two, strengthen the oversight by Parliament? Thank you very much.
I agree that professionalism goes with meritocracy. When meritocracy is when people perform meritocratically, meaning that they walk on water in some instances. And it is clear that the manner in which public service have been doing it, thinking that probably when we pay performance bonuses, we are really improving performance. It has been proven that that has not been the case because that process is not done properly. I know we're implementing it, and I was happy when Public Service Administration Department said, no, we're gonna get rid of it gradually because we're not dealing with it. People were just looking for bonuses, and it created a lot of complaints and disgruntledness because it was used to punish other people and used to favor other people. So it was not really helping. But if we can implement in the public service the performance targeting reward system that would encourage the officials to do more with the hope that they know that if I do more, I will move to the next level. Performance-based career planning, if it can be introduced in the public service, I think it will go a long way to ensure that people who perform outstandingly are promoted to the next levels. So the staff who perform meritocratically need to be identified in terms of the system that is put in place in various government departments, and those are the officials that at the end of the performance cycle must be considered for the rewards. Whether the rewards are promotion or the rewards are non-monetary rewards, but that will improve professionalism. And that must go hand in glove with also developing staff, making sure that the staff, areas where staff are not doing well are identified so that all of them can be assisted to perform meritocratically. So the performance management system that is put in place must be able to identify those who perform outstandingly, those who perform higher than others, and make sure that they are progressed to the next level. And if that is done objectively based on the whole process is linked to the performance planning, monitoring and evaluation. If it's linked to that process, which is also linked to the department's planning processes and performance evaluation processes, then I think if ultimately it will lead to addressing the question that you're asking, ma'am. Those will be included because meritocratic ethos are embedded in high-performing staff, high-performing cadres or COP in the public service, or even in the private organizations. So those ethos would be to identify those people who really are performing well above what is expected of them, and they go beyond. And going beyond means that if you were requested to do 1, 2 things, you do 3 things. I'll give an example of a cleaner who prepared this.
Chair, maybe if I can advise Mr. Duba, the applicant, that that has been covered. However, he has not covered my last question.
Yes, I was coming to that.
I was going to say that, Honorable Komani, the first part addressed extensively, go to the second part.
Okay, no, it's because I like examples. I wanted to give you an example. so as I was saying this, I was thinking of this example. So that is what is delaying me probably. Strengthening its own oversight role or the public service, like I said earlier on, Chair, is that it is not known. It is not known. Probably the public service, it is relaxing because maybe a lot of people don't flock there. But for mere fact, you see protests, community protests, it means something is failing in the public service. If people are protesting because of housing, lists are doing what, if people are protesting because there's no water, which is municipal area, which I may not go there, but people protest because there is dissatisfaction about service delivery. And not only protests that we see are related to municipalities. Most of these other protests relate to provincial administrations and to some extent national departments. if we do not make sure that, in order to make sure that departments make sure that they achieve, we make sure that the departments, in order to ensure that we strengthen our oversight, the departments report to the Commission in terms of service delivery improvement plans that they must put in place. We may not be able to do oversight properly. We must request departments as Public Service Commission to say, here are your areas, give us your reports every quarterly, let's look at your reports, how we have performed. Then areas where you didn't perform, let's see. What did you put in place? What are your strategies to make sure that unachieved targets are achieved? And then how do you go back to the people? You may have promised people that you'll start building the RDB houses in September. So it's now December. Have you gone back to the public and tell them what was the delay? If delay was the tender process, have you gone there and tell them? So Public Service Commission, in strengthening its oversight, it must request all these plans from the departments and then monitor the implementation of the strategies that are included in the plans to make sure that the departments are held accountable to the public. And the other thing, the Public Service Commission must, in many areas as possible, make sure that they establish the stakeholder engagement forums where they will go there, facilitate these meetings with the departments to make sure that the departments do respond to the issues of the people. Lastly, the public service can conduct inspections, unannounced inspections at the departments to make sure that they go there, they ask for this and that, to make sure that they make the departments to make sure that they report. But on the issues that in terms of various legislation, the department must just make their submission to the department. Yeah.
Okay. I want to call on other members because there are other members who will also ask you questions. But the question that has been asked to you now, you have addressed it. I'm happy.
So the last part.
I call on Dr.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the candidate. I think, frankly, it's a matter of discipline when someone gets a question and said that they'll have 2 minutes or 5 minutes to respond, in keeping with the time, please, sir. So my question starts with a preamble. It is believed that a responsive, ethical and values-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the PSC on public administration malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. The question is, how can the PSC strengthen its role in investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public administration? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, it is correct that the function of the Public Service Commission, in the main, to ensure that the corruption and unethical conduct is rooted out, lies or is supported mainly by its investigative function. And I believe that if I know that the Public Service Commission has got various branches, and there is a branch that deals with the ethical leadership, and which makes sure that it goes to the departments and evaluate and monitor how ethical the leadership in the departments are. There is a branch at PSC that deals with how in the public service the recruitment processes and personnel practices as included in the in terms of the provision made in the Public Service Act and public service regulations are complied with. There are those branches in the Public Service Commission. The commission must just make sure that the work done by those branches is the reports that come from those the branches are shared with the departments, so that departments can know and make improvements on they can know what recommendations are, what findings are, and they can make improvement on those areas that would have been highlighted by the commission. So that will help them in ensuring that they improve in terms of being ethical in what they are doing in their departments. But how can the Parliament also make sure that the Public Service Commission...
Chair, please. Chair, the question is not about the role of Parliament, Chair. It's not the question.
Yeah.
And you have addressed what is the...
But the last part of his question...
You have addressed what has been asked. Don't go over to what is not asked.
Yeah, I thought the last part was saying how will Parliament and so that. Sorry, sir.
Check if we can be fair to the candidate. That's why earlier on when I asked you a question and then I stopped you, because you were encroaching to other questions. You might end up repeating yourself when you were responding to other questions, not to this one. So that's why the chair is doing this. It's not like she's unfair to you.
I know, sir. I know, maybe we derail a bit sometimes unawarely.
Yeah, that's why I'm putting you back on the rail.
On the rail, yeah. Yes. On my lane.
Honorable Maduden.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ntate Dubazana.
Khema.
There is a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. In your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, yet it is still going on? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. I do agree that there is a lot of money wasted there, because once public servants are allowed to do business with the state, then they charge the state exorbitant prices because they are looking at getting something quick riches. So the public servants must not do business with the state because they are already in business with the state, because they are working for the state. The state is paying them for their services that they have rendered them to the state. So they cannot again come back and do business with the state. They should not be allowed. And I agree with the law that says they should not. So what Public Service Commission can do, because in the most instances, it becomes an after effect kind of a thing. It's a reactive thing. Things would have happened in the department when Public Service Commission comes to deal with people who did business with the state. And it is always a problem. Even where I work, we know every year, every official, which is my responsibility, every officials must submit their financial disclosures.
The question is how? Address how in that question.
Yes, that is what is currently happening. The Public Service Commission has put in place a financial disclosure framework or system. It has even gone to the e-submission kind of, where people are submitting electronically these financial disclosures. From these disclosures, the Public Service Commission will pick up that Mr. So-and-so in that department is doing business with the state. The other how part is, which I was going to come to, is the Public Service Commission can collaborate with other state institutions like PIC, what is that? the one that register companies and intellectual companies, is the Public Service Commission must be able to have information from there that will, even before businesses are done in the public service, they can pick up that in so many departments, there are so many officials who are registered there. And these officials should not be allowed to do business with the state, because you can only pick up that they are doing business with the state once there is a business that they have responded to that was advertised, that they only at that time they would be picked up that. But if Public Service Commission becomes innovative and go to PIC and say, let's have a collaboration, let's have our system integrated so that we can pick up from your system if there are public servants who have registered companies. That report will show whether companies are dormant or are not dormant, and the Public Service Commission will see that these people are busy in business, and then they can pick up those officials and write to the department and say, departments, we've picked up these officials are doing business with the state. What are you doing about that? And then we'll form part of the reports to this committee, to follow committee here in the parliament and in the provincial legislatures.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you. It's my turn now to ask you a question. I will start off my question by a preamble, and my question will be in two parts. The preamble is the power to appoint in South Africa is assigned by Section 3, subsection 7 of the Public Service Act. Minister or MECs can delegate the power to officials within departments. Now, the first part of my question is, what are the major obstacles in the recruitment system? Not on, sorry, not on record. What are the major obstacles in the recruitment system in the public sector? Is the public sector recruitment system effective in order to ensure professional and capable state? And the second part, what can be the role of the Public Service Commission in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system in order to ensure public servants are appointed based on merit? Address the first part and the second part.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for this question. Major obstacles in the recruitment system. Major recruitment in the recruitment system is that, in the first place, in the public service, when you recruit, the recruiting authority, line authority, has got all the power to appoint in the committees that recruit the people he want to put there to recruit the people they may want to recruit. Secondly, the other obstacle is in the recruitment system, the gap is the people who want to recruit, who they want to recruit, may put the requirements that will satisfy or favor or make sure that certain people they want to recruit are also included, because they will not be excluded. That is why they have, when before they deal with the put the advert there, they can relax the requirements, or they can include what they want to include to exclude other people. That is the major obstacle in recruitment. And as a result, sometimes the people who do not really meet or have what it takes to be in that positions happen to be in the position. That is the major recruitment obstacles that or gaps that are there in the. I'll limit it to that for the sake of time. And then what I suggested.
Go to second part. The first part you have addressed is fine. Now, what can be the role of the Public Service Commission in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system?
Yeah, and that part that I've mentioned, make the recruitment system to be weak and to be control ineffective. So the role of the Public Service Commission, in terms of one of the principles, which is to make sure that the recruitment practices are monitored and evaluated. When monitoring these recruitment practices in the public services, the Public Service Commission may request the department to indicate on their own accord, the departments must identify the gaps in their recruitment, challenges in their recruitment system, and propose measures for them to prevent or to deal or get rid of those gaps or challenges that they would have themselves, the department, identified. And then once the Public Service Commission has received all of them from various departments, from their analysis, from analyzing what they would have received from various departments in terms of the gaps and the challenges and all these areas that are presenting obstacles for recruitment, or they're making recruitment to be a system that is weak, that is not control effective, then they can propose measures to improve those systems for those departments, to say, we have looked at all your systems as this number of departments, then we propose that, and then they can also present their proposal to Public Service and Administration to say, this is what we're proposing, that if it can be made a circular as well for the departments to include in their policies, recruitment policies and all that, so that, and the other things will be to standardizing the practices in the public service, standardization of all these practices, so that people who are doing the same thing in various departments, their advert must be the same. But you've seen them, they are not the same, because it is for that reason that I indicated earlier on, that they want to make it to suit somebody else. But once it's there, there's nothing you can do. They must just follow it, or otherwise they abandon the process if somebody has picked it up, that advert is not in line. So those would be the things that can be, the public service can play that role to unearth these practices by monitoring stringently and making sure that it proposes measures to improve the recruitment systems in various departments. If possible, they can standardize everything with Public Service Administration, that collaboration of working together without really losing its independence there. Okay, sir.
Is there anything or question you want to put to the panel, Mr. Dubazan?
I do not have any question for the panel, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dubazan. Of course, at the end of this interview, you will be informed of the results. You can be excused now. Thank you very much once again. Do you want to take the 30 minutes lunch break now?
Yes, please, Chair.
I don't see any dissenting view. So it's an overwhelming yes. So let's take 30 minutes lunch break. Good afternoon. Welcome back from the short break, honorable members. I'm told your surname is not Makubela, but Makubele. So I want honorable members to correct that on the, is Miss Makubele. Miss Makubele, I am Jojo James, the chair of this interview panel and also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. I think I must also put this up front that we don't have much time. We want to conclude all interviews today because this is our last day. But having said that, we are not going to rush you, but please bear with time. Don't, in answering question, address specifically what is being asked than going to town and make elaborations that may not be necessary, but address key questions that are asked to you. By that, I'm not in any way trying to put you under pressure. Relax, but I'm just showing you that we need to interview everyone who is coming now and conclude the interviews today. So don't take much of the time in answering a question that should be addressed, for instance, in 3 or 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Having said that, let me now go back to my question to you. Could you please confirm what is contained in your CV in a nutshell, briefly, not going into details once again, because we have the copy of your CV. Just that confirm some areas that need confirmation in that CV. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. You can switch on the mic.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation and for the question. My name is Tembegile Felicia Makubele, and I am originally from Malamulele in a village called Shitlelani, and I am a mother of one, and I have got 28 years of experience within the public service. I've started working as a personnel officer, went to senior personnel officer, personnel practitioner, and I worked as an assistant director in HR, and I moved to as an assistant director to what they used to call building maintenance in Department of Public Works. I also worked in Department of Housing. That's when I was a personnel practitioner, and I moved to Department of the Premier. They call it Department of the Premier in the Western Cape as a deputy director for HR planning, and I was also responsible for development of policies. And I was, when the change of government came in the Western Cape, I came at the time when National Party was in, and then the ANC came, and now the structure changed. Then I was responsible for what they call individual performance management and also organizational performance management. I was also, I also moved to Department of Environmental Affairs, and there I was the head of monitoring and evaluation. Now I'm working for the Office of the Public Service Commission as a provincial director in Limpopo, where I'm responsible for all the functions that are found in the Constitution in support of the commissioner in the province. I also own a soccer team with 28 players at the age of 26 and some of 24, and some of them are also at the age of 16, up until the age of 16. The aim is to assist them to develop their skill and also to assist them to identify areas where they can grow in terms of their academic needs. So we source bursaries for them where we can in order for them to be able to grow. I also clean a church as a way of volunteering. I consider myself a person with a whole lot of expertise. I have been exposed to human resources management. I have been exposed to the planning side of it. I have completed, forms in relation to registry within the personnel management unit. I have also worked as a policy developer within the unit. So I have also captured the PESAL, on the PESAL system. I have been exposed in a nutshell to all the personal practices that you can think of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Makubele. Honorable Soma, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Makubele. I thought in your introductory, also taking from your CV, you are going to brag on the good things that you can say that you also introduced in all these departments. But nevertheless, probably you will get an opportunity in the process of us engaging with you. Thank you very much for availing yourself. Chairperson, just to be straight to the point, I will start with the one-liner preamble, followed by a question. The Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote the values and principles of Section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic and related laws, as it were. In your own words, ma'am, kindly just tell us, or your understanding of the functions of the Public Service Commission and the values and principles governing public administration, noting that some of the parts you have just spoken to, just those ones you would think that you would have omitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the question. The Public Service Commission's is actually a Chapter 10 institution, and it is the only one that is mandated to promote the values and principles. So the principles, actually the Constitution, it says the values and principles as enshrined in the Constitution, but these principles referring to the Section 195 are the ones that the Public Service Commission is actually, mandated to promote. So one of them will be the high standard of professional ethics, which must be maintained, efficient, economic and effective use of resources that must be promoted. Services must be, actually the public administration must be development oriented, and services must be rendered impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. It must be transparent, which must be fostered. One other one is the good human resources must be good human resources management and career development practices must be sort of fostered in order to maximize the potential of the people within the public service. Another one will be the fact that it must be representative of the people of South Africa. And in taking the representative part, there should be consideration of the employment abilities when it comes to the people who are being appointed, and also addressing the imbalances of the past. The other one will be I spoke about the transparency that must be fostered. People's needs must be responded to, and the public must be encouraged to participate in policy making. I think I've covered all of them. What was the other side of the functions? Okay, the functions of the Public Service Commission, I'll start with the fact that it has to be impartial, and also do its work or perform its function without fear or favor. And no organ of state, actually all organs of states must actually support the Public Service Commission in doing its work. And no person within any other institution or in the country can hinder the public service from doing its work. But the main functions are actually in Section 196(4), which says one of them is that it has to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization and personnel practices throughout the public service. The second one is that it should propose measures when it comes to effective and efficient of performance within the public service. And the other one is that it should give directions when it comes to issues relating to recruitment and transfers, dismissal, and also promotion. Another one is that it should also report to the report its functions and also its findings and also the direction that it might have issued. This is to make sure that it identify areas where, you know, constitutional values and principles have been complied with. So there's a need to evaluate such. But Section 196(4)(f) says that it can either on its own accord or through receipt of a complaint investigate and monitor the application of the administration and also report to the executive. And this is what we call the public administration investigation. And it should also investigate the grievances of all the employees throughout the public service. This is to identify whether there was an act or an omission by the employer, and the Public Service Commission will issue remedial actions, like recommend remedial, or it says remedies. And there's this other one that says that it should monitor the application of the, it should monitor. Yeah, I'm talking, there are many, so I am mentioning.
Go to the rural village.
It is them. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Felicia Makubela.
L-E.
Makubele.
Yes.
Okay, sorry for that.
My father's one is La. I'm the only one who has got an L-E,
Okay.
so it's fine.
I am Miriam Kiwi, a member of the committee and also a member of this panel. Me Makubele, I will be asking you 2 questions, and you will be straight to the point in responding. But my first one starts with a preamble. The Public Service Commission functions aimed at, among other, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. Now my question is, in your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service, and how can the Public Service Commission reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing public administration? That is my first question. And then my second one, Eme Makubele, constitutionally, do you think spouse and children of the political representatives and former members should be prevented from doing business with the state? Provide merit for your answer and provide a solution. I thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the question. Is the Public Service Commission making an impact? I think based on the 2,000, almost 800 reports that the Public Service Commission has already developed, whether it's about personnel practices or it's about service delivery related issues, the Public Service Commission has focused more on the outputs. So there's more emphasis on the output assessment. My view is that okay, which gives the public service sort of a picture of where they are in terms of areas of improvement and the recommendations that have been made. But I think there's a need for the Public Service Commission. This is where I think there's a need. This is how they can improve, or yeah. There's a need for the Public Service Commission to focus on the output. The output says, this is what we have achieved, which will be the output, but the outcome will say, this is the difference that we have made. And towards making an impact, this is how we're going to make an impact, or this is how we've made an impact. So there's never been an impact assessment of all the work that the Public Service Commission has done, which does not clearly give an indication to the public service at large, as to what is it that the Public Service Commission has done. So I think there's a need to do an outcome assessment and also an impact assessment, which will give guidance as to what is it that the Public Service Commission has done. I'm saying this because I've been involved in the development of outcomes, which have assisted institutions that I worked for before to identify areas where they can improve at an outcome level, which will identify the impact. For instance, in environmental affairs, I started a unit which was called Monitoring and Evaluation, and there was a need to develop, indicators for climate change. This was like new. We were not experts in the field, but we partnered with University of Cape Town, where they came together, and the only thing that they were struggling with was to identify measurable indicators that will help the organization, or the province, which the Western Cape at the time, to measure. And these indicators assisted them in identifying the relevant or proper strategy that will make them to be able to measure. So I think the Public Service Commission should not look at outcome assessment on its own, development of indicators for areas which the Public Service Commission is not an expert, like on the service delivery side. You would need an engineer to tell you how am I going to see that this bridge is actually strong. Public participation. You would need to engage with focus groups in communities to be able to identify what is it that this department has promised. I can give an example of the fence that was being erected at Messina. It needed the Public Service Commission to be there, not wait up until that fence has been completed, or the committee coming and identifying the gaps. The Public Service Commission should be in the position to say, towards this output, what is the outcome, and what are the changes that are going to be made? Yes, it's going to protect the country, but what are the things that will, what difference will it make, which will be at an impact level? So that is the area that I think the Public Service Commission, I can give tons of examples. And for instance, the reason why I must give examples so that they can understand, but it's fine. Spouse and children should be prevented. Should the spouses and children within the public service or public representative be prevented to do business with the state? Wow. Well, I think looking at ethics management, I would suggest that all the financial disclosures by either a public servant or public representative should be documented. In the public service currently at SMS, senior management level and middle management level is fine, it's documented. But the problem is people will register companies and they will claim that these companies are dormant, whereas they are doing business on the side. I'll give an example. There's something called passive income. So people will build, backyard houses, and they will rent those houses. They get income out of it. Some will deposit the money into the companies that they own, and some would not, will deposit into their personal, I think this will start from the disclosure part. Everybody should disclose all their registrable interest, including their family's registrable interest, so that it can be monitored as to whether those companies that are being given, tenders, are they for the public representative, and is the public representative having, powers to influence the fact that these people get the tenders, like examples that we can give. So after having registered those companies or declared those companies and I think the only thing that the public service can do will be to blacklist all the companies of public servants, if the question was referring to public servants. No public servants company can do business with the state. So you blacklist all their companies. If it's a spouse, there should be a clear indication that the spouse tender that has been given, the public representative didn't have any influence. And how do you determine that? If the person get a tender within the same department where a public representative or MEC, for instance, or a minister is heading, there should be clear, procurement processes that actually verify the fact that there was no verbal or written instruction. Because what happens is officials are given, they claim to be given verbal instructions for them to issue, these tenders to specific people that they have been given. Children of the public representatives or of the public servants, if a public representative's child or son who is 18 years old and still at school is having a company that is given a tender, I think that should be investigated. Is this child in a position to manage a company? As much as the youth need to be developed, a person who's still at school, when do they get, grade 12, for instance, when do they get time to be able to check whether this company is running effectively? Or is there somebody, or even the very same public representative, that is managing the company on behalf of the child? People will say that we would need to prepare for our retirement time. Preparing for the retirement time can be done without, doing business with the state or even benefit indirectly. So there's a need, I think, for a process and a system that will clearly indicate as to, in situation where my child, as a public servant, is now applying for a tender, what influence do I have? Have I declared that I have got interest? There was a tender that we investigated in one hospital, and the person was sitting in a supply chain committee, and they were busy for the bidding process and adjudication process. And this person.
You have addressed the question.
All right.
Yes, I think you have addressed that question.
Okay.
So don't go to as a chair.
Thank you, Chair. Abshen Bo Makubela, Kinagi Honorable SBC, panel member of this committee. I'm going to ask you two questions. Could you kindly listen carefully? I will read the statement for the first question. The Constitution directs the public service to be professional, accountable, and development-oriented, and the NDP further amplifies this constitutional directive by identifying specific steps that need to promote the values and principles across public administration. Therefore, the question is, what is your understanding on the vision of professionalizing the public administration in the country? In your response, could you please distinguish between cadre deployment based on the meritocratic and mediocratic into the public administration? What could be the role of the Public Service Commission in ensuring professionalization of the public administration is institutionalized? I'm going to the second question, also with a statement. Maladministration and corruption are cancers so ingrained in the public service, has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on the development in this country. The question is, what causes corruption, and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing reducing and capping corrupt practices in the public service. Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solutions in your response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was quite long. I'm not sure if I captured it correctly.
The other part was just a preamble.
I know, but there was part where he spoke about understanding of the professionalizing of the public service, distinguishing the meritocracy and medio. Oh. And the role of the Public Service Commission in making sure that these are addressed. Okay, thank you. All right, understanding of professionalization. Okay, my understanding of professionalization within the public service is that everything and anything within the public service emanates from the constitutional values and principles. They clearly define without explicitly indicating that this is how a public servant is supposed to be, by indicating issues relating to accountability, relating on the preamble, the empathy part when it speaks about healing, when it on the founding values, it also spoke about the human dignity, which is something that we need to work towards for the public, and also competence. Issues relating to integrity. So I think professionalization, without going into the textbook dictionary, it's about an employee or a public servant who understand that the reason they are there is to carry the mandate of the public service, which is to serve the people. And when they understand that, they will be able to know, over and above being, taken through workshops of constitutional values and principles, that this is the behavior of the person that is required within the public service. And then we go into the issue of them being capacitated. That is where they will have, the skills, the qualification, and over and above that, the capacity to be able to deliver on the work that they have been, appointed to do. So the talent, the capacity to be able to do the work, understanding the mandate of the public service, and also the achievements that the person might have had within the public service, over and above the qualifications, would, for me, define a person or professionalization within the public service. How do I distinguish the meritocracy? I think there's too much emphasis on the qualification, and we leave out issues relating to the fact that, does this person really understand why they are a public servant? For me, it's more than just a job, it's a calling. So in most cases, people apply for jobs like Public Service Commission with a commissioner without really understanding that it goes beyond just earning a salary. There is a need for them to bring on board the skills, which comes through experience. It's something that you develop over time. So I can come with qualifications, but they may not necessarily assist me to be able to do the work. So qualifications are good. The talent is good, and also the skills. Meritocracy also involved situations where when people are appointed in specific positions, there is not consideration of what section 197.3 says, that no person should be prejudiced based on them being a member or supporting a specific cause or a member of a political party. Deployment should also take into consideration issues relating to, skills, competency, integrity, talent, and the difference that they will bring, even the experience, because there's a need for, mostly at leadership level, for people to mentor and coach people over and above them just getting appointed in specific position. And for me, if that is not adhered to, that will speak to the mediocracy part. It's like not adhering to the prescripts as and when there's appointment of employees within the public service. What is the role? Okay. When you say okay, it's because I have answered. Okay, maladministration, what causes corruption? Corruption, I think, is caused by I usually give an example that if at home they taught me that taking a pen of somebody without having asked, and I will bring it within the public service. So it goes, it's the value issue, as a personal value issue. So values of me as a person, societal values, and also organizational values must marry in order for me to be able not to do anything that will be outside of the prescripts, which result in maladministration. So ethics for me is key, is the basis of everything. Non-adherence to prescripts. It's one of the weaknesses that people usually have within the public service, I will say, and even outside. And I think non-implementation of the anti-corruption strategy. There's one that was developed in 2002, and there was a plan that came in 2013. Now there's a review that says it should not only focus on the public service. It should be called country anti-corruption strategy, which will allow even the public to participate in whistleblowing, and the whistleblowers should also be protected. So what causes corruption is, sort of boxing all those things and not allowing people to be able to peer reporting, so they say. And also, making people be aware of the fact that there's a code of conduct that you have adhered to, whether you are a public representative or a public servant, as in an employee. There's a code of conduct that you need to adhere to. For me, basis will be also the values and principles. All right.
Person, Chair, apologies. I just want to check the component on cadre deployment. I don't think that was answered. I'm just curious about her view. Good afternoon, first of all. Your view on cadre deployment itself. I think it was part of the question. Thanks, Chair.
She answered that question, but you can repeat it. You have addressed it, ma'am, but repeat it again. Cadre development.
Okay, I indicated that for me, cadre deployment should not necessarily be based on the fact that you are on the ranking of a list within a political party. It should take into consideration whether you are having the relevant qualification for the portfolio where you are being deployed into, you are capable of being able to do the work that based on your experience, and you have got the talent, and you also understand the mandate, not only of your political party, but of the public service, because everything that we do, whether it's public servants or public representatives, it boils down to us, serving the people. And understanding of that is very key for me. And, the merit will be all those qualifications. It may not necessarily, it's like taking a teacher to a health sector. They might struggle a bit. They might take 2-3 years to understand exactly how those things work. But if you take people with relevant qualifications and relevant experience, that will assist them in understanding the fact. It's like they get in, then they start rolling the ball without delay. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ma'am. And thank you very much for availing yourself for this interview. And having listened to you very carefully on your articulations, I would then ask you 2 questions only. Thank you very much. My first question would be led by a preamble, that it says professionalization of the public service can happen as a function of meritocracy, which is a system of appointing or promoting staff based on the knowledge and skill. My question would then be, as Commissioner of the PSC, how do you advise government departments to institutionalize meritocratic ethos in the administration of the state in order to achieve professional public service? That was my first question. And my last question would then be, how do you think the PSC can, one, strengthen its own oversight, and two, can strengthen the oversight by Parliament? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. How would I advise on how to achieve the professionalization of the public service? I have observed that everything starts with planning. So professionalization of the public service, you said that is about promotion based on knowledge and skills. You promote people within a structure. I think one of the challenges that the public service currently have is that there's never been an assessment to check whether the organizational structures of all the departments are technically designed to assist the public service to deliver on its services, one. And as such, there's too much duplication of positions, where you find that in HR, there's a director for conditions of services, there's a director for leave, there's a director for that. Something that you can have one person who can deal with all those. And in the process, it leads to lower level employees not being able to, the position not being able to be filled. That's one. Secondly, the crafting of the adverts. The job descriptions themselves does not articulate exactly what type of a person is required. There is which affects the recruitment advert. So it means when you advertise, the information that is in the job description does not necessarily assist it does not give a picture of what will be expected of this person. The other issue will be the fact that during the interview process also, there is emphasis mostly on the academic achievements, not much on the experience. If there is not really much. And there's nothing much said about the attitude of this person. They say you can be a leader, but you're not necessarily a leader suitable for a specific organization. So there need to be an assessment. This is where I'm coming to say the competency assessment currently does not speak to the type of a person or cadre that the public service is required. And there's a need for it to be reviewed. I think that is how the Public Service Commission can strengthen the... If you say so, say, I still had a lot to say, but if you say I have, it's fine.
Honorable Dr. Schreiber, is your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Ma'am, I have just a quick statement followed by the question. I'll just find it here. So, it is believed that a responsive, ethical and values-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the PSC, on public administration malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. So the question is, how can the PSC strengthen its role of investigation? In other words, not appointments and, once something has already gone wrong, how can it strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public administration? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable. Okay. Yeah, I realized. Thank you. Thank you for the question, sir. how can the Public Service Commission, on the investigation part, I'll give examples because the investigation is being done. We receive tons of complaints. The problem comes when we do the recommendations. The recommendations are open-ended, which result in the departments not really taking them very serious when it comes to implementing them. So my view is that actually we do. We put a date which says within 10 days, within 10 days, if you do not respond and comment on the recommendations that has been issued to your department, it will be deemed that you have accepted the recommendations. What we have done where I'm working in Limpopo is to make sure that after those days has lapsed, we focus on following up with the department. And this has led to appointments being reversed. It's just unfortunate that the Public Service Commission communication strategy does not, go beyond. It's like media shy, kind of. But there's a lot of work that we have done which has resulted in, the tenders having been reversed, but we haven't issued much of the directions. There's one case which in Limpopo we did investigation on, and due to that following up on the dates that we said, if these days lapse and you don't come back and indicate that you are challenging the recommendations, then we'll deem it as that recommendations having been approved, has led to a tender being taken to High Court, and the High Court agreed with what the Public Service Commission has issued. There are 3 cases as I speak to you, which are at the State Attorney in Limpopo, and they are about to be reversed based on our recommendations. So there's a need for, as officials or office side of the Public Service Commission, to make sure that after the recommendations have been issued, those dates that we said they should comply with are followed up, every time. One other issue that I think should be looked. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson and Manana Makubele. I'm Honorable Maluleke. I've got one question for you, but I will start with the preamble. There is a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. In your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, yet it is still going on? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Nakens. Loss of money. Loss of money in the state is over and above employees doing business with the state, also through financial misconduct, which I think the Public Service Commission is assisting in doing the monitoring on that side. But when it comes to doing business with the state, like I said, there's a need for financial disclosure, which will give us access to what we call the CIPC, the Company's Intellectual Property Database. Then we know which public servants has got the companies. A database is supposed to be developed not only through us accessing the company's database. Over and above that, I think there's a need for us to create a database for remunerative work outside the public service, in order for us to be able to know who are those people who are applying for this remunerative outside the public service. There's a lot of companies that have been deregistered on the company's database. What we have done in Limpopo is to ask those people to bring the certificate to prove that those companies are no longer existing until they are removed from the database. But how can they be stopped? I indicated initially that the only way the government employees can be stopped from doing business with the state, I think it will be to blacklist all their companies. because currently they won't do business with a provincial government or national government, but they can do business with the municipality. And if there is no relationship between or integrated system within the public service that allow for the Public Service Commission to be able to identify all those companies that are doing business with the municipality, it will, in our case, we depend on the relationship that we have built with municipalities. They will bring the list of those employees, and then we engage the departments for them to be able to, hold the officials responsible. But if those companies are blacklisted up until those people leave the public service, there is no way they will do business with the state. But that aspect of the strategy is not attended to by the public service.
Madam Makubele, to ask a question. My question will begin with a preamble, and my question will be in two parts. The preamble is the power to appoint in South Africa is assigned by Section 3, subsection 7 of the Public Service Act. Ministers or MECs can delegate the power to officials within departments. Then the first part of my question is, what are the major obstacles in the recruitment system in the public sector? Is the public sector recruitment system effective in order to ensure professional and capable state? And then the second part of my question is, what can be the role of Public Service Commission in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system in order to ensure public servants are appointed based on merit? It's part one and part two. You can address part one.
Major obstacles in recruitment. One, the process of designing the advert for me. Secondly, panel members who sit in interviews, for instance, of supply chain management employees without understanding what supply chain is all about. Thirdly, favoritism and nepotism in some cases that we have investigated. I think one of the other issues will be, not giving. It's like there's no pool of the public service does not have a situation where it creates a pool. There's no succession planning process, but there can be a mentoring and coaching which create a pool of people that will be mentored to understand what is it that is expected of them within the public. And this will avoid situations where appointments of people that are not capable of doing the work or knowledgeable and skilled will be eliminated. That is for me. Is it effective? I think to a certain extent, but when it comes to senior management appointments, because the executive authority has the power to appoint in this instant, I think the role the Public Service Commission, that the Public Service Commission can play over and above, reviewing how the job descriptions are looked into, because that emanates from there. Before the AA can appoint a senior manager in each and every department, such appointments should be brought to the Public Service Commission to check whether there was compliance with the prescripts. There was the processes of appointing the panel was done in line with the prescripts. I would say generally compliance with the prescripts, but over and above that, to check whether the profile or the CVs of the people are relevant to the job that the person is going to be appointed into. And over and above that, I think there's a need for the Public Service Commission also to not only advise the public services in the provincial and the national departments, because Section 196 4F Roman figure 4 say that it can also monitor and advise the application of issues relating to recruitment to organs of state. The municipality is currently having issues. So I think the Public Service Commission can play a huge role in advising the municipality, not necessarily doing its work, but advising, because that is a mandate in terms of the Constitution. And over and above that, secondment, during COVID, sorry, can I say that? During COVID-19 lockdown, I actually realized some positions are actually not relevant within the public service, as in the provincial and national. SASSA was struggling to issue out the grants, and people were sitting at home without computers. They could have been taken to assist, seconding these people to SASSA to assist in delivering services, because we are one. Seconding them in the municipalities for them to be able to do the work of the municipality in order for the municipality to deliver on its services. Financial services, there are experts in provincial and national departments that can be seconded in municipalities for them to be able to assist the municipality to improve on their financial management. 28 years is quite a lot, so there's...
All those years. But you have answered the questions asked extensively. Is there a question you would like to put to the panel?
I think it's more of a comment and an appreciation. Is it okay? Yeah. I actually really appreciate the invitation, and I think it is good for me to indicate that the Public Service Commission is currently male-dominated. There are 7 male commissioners, and that has been the trend throughout the years that I've been in the public service. You go to the walls of the offices of the Public Service Commission, all the chairpersons are all males. So I think in terms of section, let me not go there. Yeah, representativity. It would be good for this committee to start realizing that there's a need for the Public Service Commission to be led by women too, and you'll see an institution that will make a huge difference. And I'm raising my hand to say Tumamin.
Gazitwa. Ms. Makubele, thank you very much for availing yourself to this interview. We have come to the end of the question on your part. Of course, you will be informed of the results of your interview in due course. Thank you very much. You are released. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Mnyai.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes, I'm Jojo James. I'm not going to assume that you know me. This is what I must say to all the candidates. I'm Jojo James, the chairperson of the interview panel and also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. You are going to be asked questions by all of us. Please make sure that you don't consume much of the time in one question, because we must conclude the interviews. We must interview every applicant that has come and conclude those interviews today. Therefore, my first, it's not a question, but yeah, it is a question. Could you please confirm what is contained in your CV? Briefly, not in a nutshell, because we have the copy of your CV here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, my background, I've been in the government service for more than 30 years, and I've been appointed at the SMS position for the last 10 years. And in that last 10 years, I've been appointed in different acting positions. One of them was acting, amongst others, it's acting Chief Director, Corporate Services, acting Chief Director, Monitoring and Evaluation, acting Chief Director, Rural Enterprises. And currently, I'm overseeing the performance information of provincial departments of agriculture and also the public entities which are reporting to the Department of Department of Agriculture. My strength, I'm a researcher and a data analysis. I'm an independent thinker. I always go out to try to get a business solution so that we can improve our service delivery. And I think basically, because I don't want to take more time, but I also have to mention this through you, Chair. Have advanced knowledge in government priority areas and also the policies and the transformational acts, and I'm a team player. And what I'm looking for through you, Chair, is the organization where I can put my past 30 years experience in use, enhancing its organizational performance and also be given an opportunity to learn. Is that what you are looking for?
You are not allowed to ask me a question, but if you have responded to the comment that I said you should respond to, then I will. Sorry, I'm not on the mic. Honorable Soma, is now your turn to ask questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, Doctor. I want to pronounce the surname correctly. Sisele. How do
Munyai.
Dr. Munyai.
Yeah, but no, I have to blame you. What else I can do? Dr. Munyai, if I may say, Doc, thank you very much for availing yourself for this interview. And we wouldn't have shortlisted you if we didn't want to engage and get the bit out of you so that we can make a determination. Having said that, Chair, I will, for the sake of being consistent with other candidates, as it were, that the assumption of my question is informed by that you would have revisited Section 195 of Chapter 10 of the RSA Republic and related laws that informs and govern public service, as it were. I will start by making a statement, a one-liner statement, that the Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote the values and principles of Section 195 of the RSA Constitution of the Republic. In your own words, ma'am, if you may, just to walk us through your understanding on the functions of the Public Service Commission and the values and the principles govern the public administration. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Doc. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think the functions of the Public Service Commission, as stipulated in the Constitution, one of them is to promote the values of constitutional values and principles, and the second one is to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization, and the third one is in terms of measuring the efficiency and effectiveness of the public administration, and the other one is always to give direction. I think that's the most important one. Give direction to the personal practices in terms of transfer, promotions, dismissal. And the other one, which is also very crucial, and also the Public Service Commission has got a problem on it in terms of its report is not tabled. Most of its report is in terms of reporting. And the last one is in terms of complaints. And one will ask, why are you saying complaints? There are two issues which also public has to function. The one is to look at the investigation, the grievance, and come out with the recommendation which are binding. And the second one is when they have to report possible there's something from the parliament to the legislature. And that's all what the Public Service Commission function from my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kibi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Dr. Monyai. Molweni.
Molunja.
Doctor, I'll be asking you two questions. And my first one will start with a preamble. The PSC functions aimed at, among other, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. Now my question is, in your own view, the Public Service Commission making an impact, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service? And how can the Public Service Commission reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing public administration? And my second question is, constitutionally, do you think spouse and children of the political representatives and former members should be prevented from doing business with the state? Provide merit for your answer and provide a solution. I thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. I think in terms of the first one, where you are saying it's true indeed, Honorable, the Public Service Commission has to promote those values. And in terms of personal, I think I even said it's very important in terms of the personal practices, in issues like transfer, promotion. But one will ask, how best can a public service can do that? I think that's your question. Okay. So I think in Public Service Commission, how to deal with that, the first thing, let's just look at Public Service Commission. I think there's a lot of institutional issues which may also pose a challenge in trying to drive these constitutional values. One of the issues is that, because in as much as we can explain, one of the issues is that in terms of its independency. As you are all aware, I think Kat Asmal report also mentioned in terms of its independency that the Public Service Commission, it's sitting with it as a department and within an Office of Public Service Commission, and it's also render, it also have a lot of problems in trying to carry out its work. Why is it like that? Also in terms of the budget. And also the budget, it has to be given a budget like other constitutional mandated institution. The other issue also is in terms of appointment. Public service, I think I've gone through some of the reports. They also have a serious issues, and I think it's already doing that in terms of appointments, more especially at the head of department and executive authorities. The situation, what is happening now, I think I've read one report where there was a Malaysian model where we find 4 people are sitting for the appointment. And also now, the Public Service Commission is also busy trying to address that so that they can also be part of that appointment of head of department. Because actually what is happening there, it's also a big issue in terms of going back now to personal practices, because you find an executive authority who's part of the cabinet is appointing the head of department, and then now we've got administrative political issues. Because let's say he appoints him, and then now he has to move to another department, and that particular DG, the other executive authority won't be not necessarily. We also like to come with its own DG. And also you find there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of cases which I won't even spell out. You find the head of department is being dismissed now by the cabinet. But I also think as you look at the NDP, as I indicated that I'm also good in, I understand very exceptional knowledge in terms of NDP. It also advocates that the Public Service Commission must also do those appointments. And I've seen, and I'm very happy, because also Public Commission is busy trying to look at that, to address that. And the other issue in terms of the Public Service Commission is doing so much work. And many a times I've seen also in your reports that you are not tabling all your reports. So that's another issue which is give a big challenge, because on those reports you are also liaising with other departments in terms of these constitutional values. How best can we comply with them? I think.
Can you address this second part of the question of Honorable Key?
Okay, thanks.
Which was asking you whether do you think the spouse and children of political representatives, former members, should be prevented to do business with the state? And then you were asked to answer this question by providing. Sorry, I'm not on. Providing merit to your answer, and also provide possible solutions. Address that one now.
Thank you, through you, Chair. In terms of the question which has posed that the children and spouses of the political, I think I missed that one.
The children and or spouses of political representative or former members. Okay. Do you think they should be prevented for doing business with the state? Okay. Provide merit for your answers and provide solutions to this problem.
Thank you very much. I think this one is the easiest one to tackle, because in this government we got some legislations and then issues on that. Before I get into that, there's a Public Service Act which refrain the public servant from doing job with the government, and also we got a Public Administrative Management Act which also criminalized such activities. So coming back to the question now, so if they are doing the job with the work with the government, so we have to look at who are those people. You can't just say they don't do the job or do the job. So in terms of we already have a provision. Any government employee mustn't do job with the government, and if they are doing so, it's a criminal offense. So already we have already eliminated them out. But it always happens in many cases, because you can see now our country is rife with corruption. So it's not something. So the factual information which I can share with you, colleagues, through you, Chair, is that if those the first scenario is, are those relatives part of working for the government? The first part, are they not working for the government? So the first part, if they are working for the government, we have to look at the how best can we do it. So the government as a whole, in fact, there's a central system data which registers all the officials in the government who are doing, irrespective of who is doing the business. So firstly, you will be registered, and your business will be with the CIPRO. And when you go to CIPRO, it's just unfortunate now, but they will look, because we're talking about people who are not government services. They always give us the directorship and doesn't give us the information about the shareholder. So coming back as the public servant, so the central database, which is sitting with the National Treasury, will be using their personal system to link them if they are doing that job. And the second option also, if either they are working, we'll also try to check whether they've completed a form of work outside remunerative work. So coming back to that, I think there's nothing you can't just say these people should do the work, as long as they are satisfying the provisions which you've got. If there's a government service employee, they are not allowed to do that. If they are a government employee, there's a public service, Public Administration Management Act, which said they mustn't do that and it should be criminalized. So based on those, so we must just check, because I don't think I can come and say something which was legislated. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Honorable Sibisi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dimasiar, Dr. Mnyai.
Abudi. Umakadzi.
I'm Honorable Sibisi. I'm going to take two questions with you. I hope you will go with me and listen carefully. The preamble for the first question is, the Constitution directs the public service to be professional, accountable, and development-oriented, and the NDP further amplifies this constitutional directive by identifying specific steps that needs to promote the values and principles across public administration. So questions for these statements are, what is your understanding on the vision of professionalizing the public administration in the country? In your response, could you please distinguish between cadre deployment based on the meritocratic and mediocratic into the public administration? What could be the role of the Public Service Commission in ensuring professionalization of the public administration is institutionalized? Now we are going for second question. I will firstly read the statement and ask the question. Maladministration and corruption are cancers so ingrained in the public service, has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on development in this country. The question is, what causes corruption and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing, reducing, and keeping corrupt practices in the public service? Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solutions in your response.
Thanks, through Chair. I don't know whether I just wanted to get a clarity for the first one, the preamble. I'm missing that.
You don't have to address the preamble.
Okay.
The preamble is a preamble, but
Okay.
What you should address are the two questions, part 1 and part 2, and then the last question. Please.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I think what I picked up from from the panel member, it's an issue in terms of professionalism and also an issue on the cadre deployment and professional. Those are the issues which you wanted me to do. Okay. Thank you very much, through you, Chair. The issue in terms of professionalism, as a public servant, we are expected to have a certain character and the behavior, and we must always behave ethical. In terms, we also have the Public Service Act, which also have a code of conduct. So that's the behavior it's expected. Even if you speak or you communicate wherever you are, we are a change agent. So people must see, because we interact with communities. So there should be a clear delineation that you are a public servant, but upholding also with the code of conduct. And in issue of cadre deployment, this issue of cadre deployment, I think it's basically goes back. Let me quickly take you to Public Service Act, where it talks about the recruitment. So if you look at that cadre deployment and also the SMS Handbook Chapter 10, where it also set out the issues in terms of recruitment, when it comes to cadet deployment, I haven't seen any provision which talks about the cadet the deployment. So I'm going to talk about what are the issues which you have to look when you are employing. But there are other issues which also come into play, more especially when it comes to the cabinet appointing the HODs. Because there you find they usually have their own preference. And that's what we call cadre deployment. And it has a big problem, because it's Dr. Munyai and the cadre deployment. It's A and B, and Dr. Munyai is a cadre. And then once you employ a Dr. Munyai, I'm going to influence also to get another A and another A, so it won't stop. So basically there, but there's no provision that you have to do, because everyone has to go through the selection criteria, the recruitment as spelled out in the Public Service Act and also within the SMS Handbook. And in terms of that, I think, as I indicated, the Public Service Commission now, I think it's also trying to get these appointments under their watch, which is a very good step towards towards addressing this cadre deployment. Because once they are sitting there and they've got the right to appoint, unlike now where you find the executive authority is appointing the head of department, and at any time they also can dismiss him or her. But I also like one thing which I've seen now in one of your reports, that you are also encouraging those head of department, if they see an alert or sign that they are just about to be victimized, they can come back to Public Service Commission. So it's something which, if we follow the norms, and now when the Public Service, which is independent, it acts impartially and it can be on board, I think it's not something which can be finalized today or tomorrow, but we are on the right track and trying to eradicate such a behavior, which is not allowed. And the other issue which makes it very rife is also when you look at the executive authority, some of their responsibilities, they are in charge of the structure, creation, abolishment of, and HR planning. So everything is sitting with them. So you can't point, this is what is happening, but in terms of the applying the rules and which are available, I think we are going to try to address that. And also, in that manner, also in each department, there's also a provision.
Question.
I'm still going to that one. Yeah, public and power, corruption.
Yes.
Okay. Through you, Chair, I just wanted to share basically my understanding of the corruption before I attempt this question. For me, corruption is an abuse of public power and public resources. And mostly where you find is in terms of supply chain management, issues of service delivery, and also on the recruitment, HR issues. That's where the corruption is rife. And how best can we address it? It's very clear, because I always go back to the Act. We have the a public service regulation, section 23, which says we must promote ethics officer. And you find in terms of the ethics officers, even in each department, I'm coming from the department, their work, firstly, you see, it's like a seasonal in terms of financial disclosure. They will do that and let it go to the Public Service Commission during May. And then again, they will look at the issues of work outside the remunerative work, and that's all. But if we go deeper, there are some a strategic role which they have to carry out, which is spelled out by this Public Service Regulation Section 23, which says they must also report those corruption activities. But it's very difficult where we are sitting now. I also understand about the National Anti-Corruption Hotline. The people are phoning in and now. But also this other issue, which I saw it's in terms of the time they usually been doing within business hours. And also the other issue, which makes life gonna be difficult, is the whistleblowers, because the whistleblowers are also not getting protected. So, but basically in a nutshell, how to deal with this corruption, because it's also legislated, is just to try to emphasize each department to get their ethic officers, and also instead of doing those two roles which are prominent in each department of financial disclosure and outside remunerative work, also we must enforce that they must also look at the Section 23 holistically to do their work.
Thank you. Honorable Komani.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Chairperson, as well. And let's appreciate your time for being to this interview. I've got two questions. The one that would start with a preamble. Professionalization of the public service can happen as a function of meritocracy, which is a system of appointing or promoting staff based on their knowledge and skill. The question to that would be, as a commissioner of the PSC, how do you advise government departments to institutionalize meritocratic ethos in the administration of the state in order to achieve professional public service? Then the last one from me for you today. How do you think the PSC can, one, strengthen its own oversight, and two, how can it strengthen the oversight by Parliament? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. I think basically the first part in terms of recruitment, how best can we do that? As I said, we had a Public Service Act which do the provision of how the recruitment should be done. And we also have the SMS Chapter 10 in terms of senior management. So basically coming back, because really we need people who got knowledge and skills. So how best can we do that? There is a process. Firstly, we have to come with a job profile. I have to understand whether we wanted there's a particular need for that particular person. And also we do have to do so-called job analysis. And after everything we've done that now, we realize we got a need, we've done this, the job profile, we go out and advertise. And that advertisement, it has to go to all national papers and where every citizen, so that they shouldn't be left out in terms of one of our CVPs, which says you must broaden the representation. So everyone in South Africa should see that advert. And moving back now, we have after you advertise, you form a panel. And that panel, you'll sit down with the panel and set out what are the criteria you need. What is it what you need in terms of interviewing that person? And then the interview will go. And then after the interview, you must also inform those who have managed to get the position and those who didn't manage to get the position. And by doing so, the process itself should be very transparent so that you will be also not getting people who doesn't have relevant skills. Because if it's not transparent, sometimes you'll find that you need that particular skill, and because of this favoritism, you still have to go to other way and take the other one, and it jeopardizes other people's chance of getting into the interview. I think basically it's just to, when we have a recruitment, so that we have done professionalism. The professionalism which I can say through you, Chair, is just to grow through the Public Service Act, where it puts clearly what is supposed to be done in terms of appointing. And the other issue now, I wanted to come to the second question. How PC it's on site.
Yes, that's that question. I was going to pull you to that part.
Thank you, thank you. In terms of its own site, I think PSC, as I already shared with you now, also the NDP, that they also, PSC has to sit for the senior position. I think that's the other issue which PSC can now get into that, so that in terms of appointment of those, so all those senior positions, they must be part of that. And I think by PSC being there, I think the process will be so transparent.
Honorable Dr. Schreiber.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, ma'am. Just one question from my side. It is believed that a responsive, ethical and values-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the PSC, on public administration malpractices, particularly in the area of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption. The question is, how can the PSC strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public administration? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I think it ties very well with the promotion of the ethics in the government service, and it goes back to having ethics officers, because if we have ethics officers not concentrating on the two functions which I already alluded to in terms of only looking at the outside remunerative work and also the issue of the financial disclosure, they can also try to help in terms of reporting those unethical. It's also spelled out, I think it's number 3 in Public Service Regulation, Section 23, unethical behavior and corruption activities. I think if we can have that and those officers are trained, and I also like one thing which the Public Service Commission is busy doing is also to try to give them the guidelines on how best they can do their work, the ethics officers. So basically it goes back that we need ethics officers, we need to strengthen the ethics officers unit in the department.
Thank you, Doctor. Honorable Malulek.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mem Munyai, there's a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. In your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, but yet it's still going on? Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. I think here we have to have a multidisciplinary approach. There's a lot of organization which must play a role here. The first one is CIPRO, where every person register their businesses. They do have that database. but still there's an element which is missing because they always identify the directorship and not the shareholding. And then also the Department of National Treasury, they've got central system database, which have all the people. Once you got a business, you are going automatically to be registered there. But the also issue is this POPI Act, which the National Treasury sometimes doesn't allow other departments to tamper with their information. But there's a lot which the government can do. But I'm also looking at the reports of Public Service Commission recently. You are putting up a structure of the Minister of Justice, Minister of SAPS, so that they can form a team and their DGs will do the facilitate that process. So coming back again, because you are talking about the government employees who get the personal number. So once the CPRO get that, that's one mechanism, it will alert that this is Dr. Munyai, number 2. She's doing business here. And now when I wanted to go for a tender with the central data system database, it will also click with my name that she's here, she wanted to do business. And the other issue now again, it's how best can we do that? Because when I look at some of the reports, I've done a lot of research in your reports, you find that the departments, they are not even reporting after they have that information. And in many cases, the Public Service Commission also have such reports. They send it to them, there's nothing coming forth. So basically, I think that's one thing which can make, to strengthen that. And also in that system of CSD, if a person is also doing other work outside, remunerative outside work, it also it will also be fleshed out that this person is doing this and this. So the information is readily available there. But sometimes that's why I say it's tricky, because it's only showing us their directorship.
Thank you, Doctor. You have addressed the question. You are moving on now to other issues that are not asked, but you have asked the gist, answered the gist of the question. It's now my turn. The power to appoint in South Africa is assigned by Section 3, subsection 7 of the Public Service Act. Ministers or MECs can delegate the power to officials within the department. That's the preamble. My question is now, what are the major obstacles in the recruitment system in the public sector? Is the public sector recruitment system effective in order to professionalize, to ensure a professional and capable state? That's the first part. The second part, what can be the role of the Public Service Commission in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system in order to ensure public servants are appointed based on merits? Those are the two questions.
Thank you, through Chair. In terms of this, I'll start with the second one, to eliminate the unethical behavior. I think basically, if I'm a public service official and I've been attached to public service commission, and I was found guilty in some of the, I was found guilty, I think the only thing which we can do now is to put that name usually you put a blog on that name that Pumrani has got this, so that when we do the recruitment, the other side, it will show this person. And I think there's a period where the person's personal number can stay there for 3 years. But in many cases, we don't know why. I think also why we're sitting as Public Service Commission, I think the DPSA must also have a clause which also specifically linked to that, whether you've been found, because it said criminal offense and people said yes or no, but also where we put our personal number, so that you can quickly go and look at the database that this person has already committed a crime or a misconduct, and then still within that 3 years, so he or can't be appointed somewhere, but it always slip through. And the issue now in terms of effective public sector recruitment, the public sector recruitment so far, as I indicated, the responsibility lies with the minister. That's where, with the executive authority, that's one of his or her mandate in terms of recruitment, HR planning, and the organizational creation and abolishment of the positions. But so where we are sitting now, I think the Public Service Commission also, it has also looked at other countries and benchmark that they must also be sitting on this recruitment panel, more especially on the senior positions, because once we deal with that part, it will be easier to come to deal with the other lower level. And the other issue, which I think it can
Thank
do...
you, Doctor. You have moved to where I did not ask you. Now let me put this question to you. Is there anything you want to ask the interview panel?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to know if I happen to get this position, are there any learning opportunities? And the second part, what are the issues which you would like me to do within a month on arrival, or if I get this position?
Remember, we are in interview panel, but you are putting us on the spot. How can I answer this question? Because if you get this position, firstly, if you get it, of course you will be socialized in a department, and it is that head of department that will address this question that you are asking us, not necessarily us as the interview panel. I think that's how I can answer your question. But if there's an ordinary member that not an ordinary member, an honorable member that want to add to this question, answer, you are free to do so, honorable members. Honorable Som?
You are right. For this process, we are ordinary. But on a lighter note, but having said that, building on what the Honorable Chair have raised, is that one is that in terms of, you are aware, because indirectly you have responded to that NSG also does have a role that we have said mandatory. It should be mandatory for the new recruits also to be inducted. Not saying that they don't understand what is their role and also what the country needs out of them. That's one. Two, also, you as a commissioner, if you are fortunate to be one of the preferred candidates, you will have to suggest and implement that. Three is that also you would have, in terms of your 100 days, whatever you call it, that AG's report directs you to that, and the advert also directs to what to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munyai. Of course, you will be informed about the results of your interview in due course. We are through with you now. You may leave. You are released. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much.
Let me just bring to the attention of the honorable members. We are now going to jump to candidate 8. Why are we doing that? Is because candidate 7, the interview will be on the virtual platform. So we want to start with this one and finish off with the virtual platform. That's the idea. So it's candidate number 8 who is going to come in now. Yes, it was my fault anyway. Good afternoon. You are Dr. Mahlobo.
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I am Jojo James, the chairperson of the interview panel, also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. Dr. Mahlobo, can you briefly confirm what is contained in your CV, taking into account that we do have the copy of your CV, but you can briefly highlight some of the aspects of your CV without going to much details.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to honorable members. My name is Samkelo Mahlobo, born and bred in Mpumalanga Township, near Hammersdale in Durban. I studied in Durban, and post-matric, I went to the then UDW, which was the University of Durban-Westville. But in 2004, it was a merger between University of Natal and University of Durban-Westville, so it became UKZN, University of KwaZulu-Natal. I did my sports science degree there, and I went to study further. Like I did my MBA with Regent Business School, and I've also went to University of Chile to do my postgraduate diploma in public management. I went to India as well to do a certificate in corporate governance, dealing with the SOEs, like in terms of managing the SOEs. And subsequently, I've graduated with the PhD in public administration at the Durban University of Technology. Chair, I'm a scholar in the field of public administration. I've been a lecturer at the Durban University of Technology, lecturing courses on public management, the first year, second years, and third years. And I've also been a researcher for MBA courses and Masters in Public Administration for different institutions. I've also worked in local government, which is very broad. I've worked at SALGA, at the national office dealing with policies on local government. But I was also happy, Chairperson, reading at the report of PSC that they want to extend their mandate to local government. And I think it's a good move. I'm providing content advice in one of the portfolio committees here in Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahlobo. Honorable Lesoma. Now the honorable members are going to ask you questions. I will be calling them out to put questions to you. Honorable Lesoma.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Mahlobo, my questions will be, I'm Mina Lesoma, member of this interviewing panel. My question will be informed by an assumption that you have revisited Section 195 of the Constitution, which is Chapter 10 of the RSA of the Republic, but also with the related laws that govern the public service, as it were. The Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote the values and principles of Section 195 of the SA republic. Briefly, in your own words and your own understanding, kindly just walk us through your understanding on the functions of the Public Service Commission and the values and the principles governing the public administration as it were. Thank you very much, Chair and Doc.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lesoma. As you have mentioned, the functions of that are guiding public administration or public sector. We talk about ethical values that are enshrined in the Constitution. We also need to address the issues of values and principles stated in Section 195 that governs the public administration. We also need to look at the PSC having investigate or starting investigation on their own or getting complaints from public servants to start investigating cases regarding the career incidents and other public administration other public administration activities that need to be addressed. It also deals with investigations of different cases and report to relevant executive authorities and legislatures. I think those are the main functions. But he also spoke about values and principles, Honorable Member. I think it starts from Section 1 of the Constitution that address the Constitution as a supreme document that's guiding our values. It also extends to Section 9, which has an affirmative action clause, and Section 9, subsection 2, that address issues of affirmative action. I think that should be included there. It also goes to Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights, because rights and values should be protected and promoted. And then Section 195, that talks about values and principles that should be promoted in the public administration. We talk about public administration being accountable. We talk about public administration being development-oriented. We talk about issues of employment in the public sector being addressed fairly, and everyone needs to be participate in policy making within the public sector. So those are the functions or elements within the Section 195. But it also links to Batopile, Honorable Member, because we're not just talking about two things. Like it goes to Batopile principles as well. Issues of transparency, issues of openness, issues of sharing of information. And it also further goes to corporate governance. It's up to you whether we're talking about the Green Report on corporate governance, the Cadbury Report on corporate governance, or the one that we all know in South Africa, the King Report on corporate governance. So those are the values and principles guiding the public sector or the public administration within the South African context.
Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Mahlobo. I am Miriam Kibi, a member of the committee and also a member of this panel. Doctor, I'll be asking you two questions. And my first question now will start with a preamble. The Public Service Commission functions aimed at, among other to promote the values and principles to governing public administration, and to give directions aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. Now the question is, in your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service, and how can the Public Service Commission reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing public administration? My second question, Doc. Constitutionally, do you think spouse and children of the political representatives and former members should be prevented from doing business with the state? Provide merit for your answer and provide a solution. I thank you, Doc. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kibi. I think the first question, I think PSC has made a huge impact in terms of reporting on issues of the public service in South Africa. We have seen PSC sending reports to Parliament, and Parliament refer those reports to relevant portfolio committees, which is this portfolio committee that is chaired by you, Chairperson, the portfolio committee on public service and administration. And we've seen the the portfolio committee engaging these reports and calling departments in terms of accountability. So yes, I think PSC has made a huge impact. But on the same token, Mekibi, which is your question number 2, in terms of repositioning. Some of these reports that PSC is sending to Parliament, I feel, because I've been reading most of their reports, I'm following them, because there's a section in my PhD that touches part of the work of the PSC. Some of these reports are outdated. And I think PSC need to work on their reporting because it must be effective and efficient. Question number 3, spouse and children of politicians doing business with the state. I think we shouldn't punish the spouse and the children. Because they are allowed to do business with the state, because there's no law that prohibits them for not doing business with the state. We have what we call Public Administration Management Act, and then we have the NDP, which do not stop them from doing business with the state. So I think the children and the spouse must declare the interest, which is, I think, the most important thing. Declare the interest, and they must continue doing the business with the state. But also the challenge that we are having, Chairperson, is that we have, I've read the report, CIPRO. They've been complaining that their database only registers the directors. The shareholders and the beneficiaries are not included in their database. So it's a cause for corruption, definitely. But I think what we can do, I think PSC and the Commissioner for CIPRO must work together. CIPRO must improve their database to include shareholders and beneficiaries into it. And I think there should be a central database that could be monitored by the PSC. I think that on its own could limit the chances of corruption. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Honorable Subisi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lukwazi, I'm Honorable Sibisi, member of this subcommittee. I'm going to take you on 2 questions. The first question goes like this with a preamble. The Constitution directs the public service to be professional, accountable, and development-oriented, and the NDP further amplifies this constitutional directive by identifying specific steps that need to promote the values and principles across public administration. What is your understanding on the vision of professionalizing the public administration in the country? In your response, could you please distinguish between cadre deployment based on meritocratic and mediocratic into the public administration? What could be the role of the Public Service Commission in ensuring professionalization of the public administration is institutionalized? My last question, again with a preamble. Maladministration and corruption are cancers so ingrained in the public service, has become the normal, has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on the development in this country. What causes corruption, and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing, reducing, and keeping corrupt practices in the public service? Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solutions in your response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smith. Let me start by the cadre deployment question. You know, Mr. Smith, we are a developmental country, and when we want to implement some of the things, we need to do a comparative analysis with other countries across the world, just to learn good practices. In China, the Communist Party of China constitute 5% of the constitution, of the population. But they deployed more than 80% of their cadres into government. Most of these people have qualification ranging from PhDs, master's degrees, others are engineers, others are medical doctors. So I think, in a nutshell, cadre deployment is very important because the government of that day want to fast-track their policies through people that are within, people who understand their policies to drive that agenda. I think it's very important. Currently, people are talking about expropriation of land. We need to, obviously, the government of the day will direct or will deploy people who are capable, who understand the land issue into that agenda, because I think that is very important. Another thing, Mr. Sibisi, there must be, or we need to be careful about the political administrative interface, or rather, I should say, we need to improve that because in most cases we'll find that a person is, an executive will deploy someone who's not qualified for a position, and it becomes a problem in government because it frustrates the service delivery. A typical example, a report that I've read recently, where an advisor of the minister is fighting with the DG, and it's a problem. It frustrates the whole process because the DG is an administrative head. He must work administrative and operate within the department. And the advisors of the ministers, their appointments are not competitive because they are appointed through the policy considerations, means their appointment or their contracts are linked to the term of the minister, or it could be a 3-year term So those are the things that we need to address when we talk about the cadre deployment. But in a nutshell, I think cadre deployment is very important. It happens across the world because the government of that day want to fast track their policies by appointing relevant people and qualified people. The causes of corruption. There are many causes of corruption, especially in the public sector or in the public service. The first one would be not implementing legislation and oversight mechanism. I think that's one thing that becomes a serious problem. And the insufficient political will to deal with corruption, and it's another cause of corruption. As people will just sometimes talk, we are saying there are people who are earning less, like police and nurses with low wages. That could be a cause of corruption, because can you imagine being stopped by a traffic cop, and then obviously they will say we have done something wrong, and then will pay a bribe. They want to supplement their salary through these bribes. So that could be a cause of corruption, the low wages. So the other one would be wrong political deployment, and probably the last one I would say the insufficient meritocracy appointment of people into government. I think those are the causes, but to cap that, I think PSC need to look at the issue of supply chain management, because that's where the corruption happens the most. People deal with tender and all other things. I think that's where we need to focus on. Another thing we need to deal with or to promote the lifestyle audit to members of senior management and the ones who are working in the supply chain management. Another thing we can do is to probably name and shame these people, because I think it's another thing to limit or cap the scourge of corruption in the public sector. PSC also need to have powers to investigate and send the other cases to law enforcement agents if there's a need for that, because I think that power will help them even to strengthen their mandate.
Thank you. Honorable Komani.
Chairperson, apologies, Honorable. Just a quick follow-up on something that he said, if I may.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Thanks for your time. I just want to check your reference to China and the way that they use cadre deployment there. Are you suggesting that if you are appointed to the Public Service Commission in a country with a liberal democratic constitution, that you view China as a role model, an authoritarian state? Thanks, Chair.
I made a comparison or reference to China because it's one of the developmental states. And their cadre deployment seems to be working very well with them. China now is competing with the US. Because of proper cadre deployment. Hence, I'm saying the communist part of China, only 5% of the population of 1.3 billion. But
excuse me, Chair, I have to interject. Apologies, Chair. So only 5% of the country is allowed to apply for jobs there, and you think that that is a good thing, Chair? Is that what's being suggested? We have a democracy here, not a communist dictatorship.
Doctor? Okay.
Assist.
Honorable.
What the good doctor, Mahlobo, what is he saying actually, and I think we can even debate it when we are at the end of the process among ourselves, is the China, but he qualified the comparisons and the difference of SA.
But should he not be answering the
No, but the problem, no, I'm not answering the question because I want also to.
We are making interventions because your.
Okay.
Let me help. We are making intervention because you are interrupting his point of view and thinking that he is wrong. He is not
clarity,
wrong.
Chair. It was a question for clarity.
You say, for instance, you are challenging whether China is a democracy or not. And that is not what he was addressing.
Chairperson, the statement was 5% of the population, that is the pool of people that are being deployed in China. That was the statement. And my follow-up question was, is that appropriate in a democracy, that 5% should be, or only 5% of the population should be, have the opportunity to be deployed? That's the question.
That's a political debate now.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say.
That's a political debate, and I'm not going to ask Dr. Mahlobo to answer that.
But also, Chair, to allow us to, so that we are transparent, is that China have got its own characteristics. And also we've got our own characteristics, and we must also follow that. That's all I wanted to say. So whether ideologically or whatever, we've got a different crossing path, that's a different issue. Thank you.
That is their political system. Dr. Mahlobo, I don't want you to answer that question because I've made a ruling on it.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think there was another question by Ntatesbis in terms of professionalizing the public service. Ne?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Smith, you know, in South Africa, we're a lucky country because we have systems in place. We have NDP 2030, but you know, NDP is a huge project. You can't implement NDP, but we needed to break it down through a medium-term strategic framework of 5 years. And most of the departments need to link their strategic plans with this medium-term strategic framework so that they are able to function properly. In their department, obviously, they will have a proper organogram where they have a unit for human resources and personnel. They'll have financial management department, monitoring and evaluation, problem research. They'll have security and asset management. So there'll be all these units within the organogram. And obviously, public servants would be employed according to their grades. That is one of the ways of making or professionalizing the public service. But on the other hand, I think PSC need to come up with norms and standard, a chairperson. Because let's say a typical example, I'm a teacher. I must register to one of the councils for teachers, like the South African teachers or Council of Educators, right? If I'm a medical personnel, I must register in one of the HPCSA, so that if I do something wrong or something unethical, it's easy to report me to that council. So we're making this thing more professional now. But it must also go further. PSC be in line or working with the National School of Government in terms of training public servants on current issues. Chairperson, currently we're talking about the 4th Industrial Revolution. But you know, in other countries, they are whispering 5th Industrial Revolution right now. So we need to have public service that will move with speed. We should not just react on things. We also need to go hand in hand with what is happening across the world. I think I've answered all your questions, Mr. Smith.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
You have. Honorable Commander.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Doctor, and thank you for availing yourself for this interview. I have got two questions for you. The one would start by the preamble. Professionalization of the public service can happen as a function of meritocracy, which is a system of appointing or promoting staff based on the knowledge and skill. As a commissioner of the PSC, how would you advise government departments to institutionalize meritocratic ethos and administration of the state in order to achieve professional public service? And the last one would then be, how do you think the PSC can, one, strengthen its own oversight, and number two, how can it strengthen the oversight by Parliament? Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking this question. I think Umekibi asked about the impact of a PSC. I think it was supposed to be an extended question in terms of the issues of oversight.
Chair, through you. It is not an extended question.
Okay.
It is asked on for a purpose.
Okay.
Yes,
As I indicated that I have been listening to your responses, though that seeks to achieve something, or that seeks to confirm, or maybe to a certain extent understands how you elaborated on some questions. It is a deliberate question.
Okay. Thank you very much. In terms of strengthening the oversight of the PSC and the Parliament, as I answered Umekibi, I said PSC will always submit a report to Parliament, and this will go to relevant portfolio committees. Portfolio committees will deliberate on these reports, and then will call that department to come and account and all those things and reports back. I think that's one of the things that we can do to improve the oversight of both PSC and Parliament. Can you probably repeat the first question, because yes.
Me, Dr. Moshobo?
Oh yes.
Yeah, but you can repeat, Honorable Command.
Thanks, Chair. I reiterate, I have been listening carefully to your responses. Having listened to your responses, I'm tempted to ask you this question because it speaks much to the questions that you responded to. It does not confirm or align itself with them.
Okay.
Professionalization of the public service can happen as a function of meritocracy, which is a system of appointing or promoting staff based on the level of knowledge and skills. The question to that would then be, as a commissioner of the PSC, how would you advise government departments to institutionalize meritocratic ethos in the administration of the state in order to achieve professional public service? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Member, I think the NDP indicates that PSC must have powers to appoint some of the top management position. Meaning in this case, PSC must have tools now to monitor the recruitment, or those who have been recruited in senior management positions. And I think that is the most important thing, because you can't have people who are recruited in the SMS, but they are just working without being monitored in terms of their performance and all other things. So the tools are very important to monitor the progress. But I think PSC has its own shortcomings, because in the recent past we've seen the issues of nepotism at PSC. So it means there are no tools to monitor even their own their own institution. So it's a chairperson. It's a huge problem of which EPSC need to strengthen and then have these tools to monitor the senior leadership. I think, honourable member, this could be your answer for your question, but. I wish to, honourable member, because I've been writing your notes, I wish to go back to that question through your chairperson, the one that talks about the oversight. I think PSC needs to play a central role in addressing many things in terms of the capacity of the public service and. Because right now we have a PSC chair, which is supposed to investigate quite a few number of cases, but they don't because of capacity. And I think that thing needs to be looked at and improved. Thank you.
Honourable Schreiber.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next question is, it is believed that a responsive, ethical and values-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the PSC on public administration malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. The question is, how can the PSC strengthen its role of investigation, in other words, after something has already gone wrong, investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public administration? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for the question. Honourable member, I think PSC does not have enough capacity to investigate, and it does not have even resources to conduct some of the investigations. This I know because I've been reading most of their report. But I think one thing that they need to do is to appoint relevant people with relevant skills in terms of investigation, so that even if there are no resources, but they are able to work and produce a result with less capacity. Honourable member, I read the case, the SARS case. I don't want to mention the name, but the one of the senior person and their pension and all those things, the Pile case. I feel that case was supposed to be investigated by PSC, but due to capacity and stuff, they could not. So I think they need to improve in terms of the capacity or something like that.
Maluleke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Dr. Mahlobo. There is a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. In your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, but yet it is still going on? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the question. The Public Administration Management Act prohibits a public servant from doing business with the state. But there seems to be a culture of disobedience in South Africa, where public servants do what they want. In recent times, you'll find that there is an increase of number of public servants who are doing business with the state, even though there are acts and regulations that disallow them to do business with the state. So that is the biggest problem that we are having. But I think PSC need to play a critical role there, a central role, in terms of naming and shaming those people who are doing a business with the state, because it's wrong. Because cases are increasing all the time. if you look at the statistics from probably 2017 to now, it has increased rather than decrease, although we have all these laws and legislation that are prohibiting them from doing business with the state. So it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge that obviously need to be addressed and find a way to marry our systems, because I think that's one thing that is very important. You know, honorable member, you'll find that PAM disallowed these people to do business with the state, but other regulations are not saying much. I'm talking about the NDP does not say much even about politicians who are doing business with the state. So we need to have this system to marry each other and talk to each other in order to fight this issue of corruption and people doing business with the state.
Thank you, Dr. Mahlobo. I will ask my question beginning with a preamble first, and my question will be in two parts. The preamble is: the power to appoint in South Africa is assigned by Section 3, subsection 7 of the Public Service Act. Ministers or MECs can delegate the power to officials within departments. The first part of my question is, what are the major obstacles in the recruitment system in the public sector? Is the public sector recruitment system effective in order to ensure professional and capable state? The second part of my question is, what can be the role of the Public Service Commission in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system in order to ensure that public servants are appointed based on merit? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I think when we want to build a capable, career-oriented and professional public service that underpins capable and developmental state in South Africa, we need to correct our recruitment processes. I'm a firm believer that people should be recruited on merit rather than other means of recruitment, because that will assist the public service to have capable people who will be there to address issues of developmental state within the Republic of South Africa. Chairperson, can you please repeat the second one, because...
Okay.
Yes.
What can be the role of the public service in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system in order to ensure that public servants are appointed based on merit?
Chairperson, I'm not sure if I understand your question very well, but basically you are asking who's supposed to recruit so that they recruit relevant people for the position. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not too sure.
No, the question says, what can the Public Service Commission do to eliminate unethical practices in the recruitment system? In a nutshell, this question is crouched in there. But it goes on to say, in order to ensure public servants are appointed on merit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, as I referred to the last question, a meritocratic system of appointing public servant is very important, Chairperson, because we talk about people who are supposed to be ethical in the way they do things, who are going to comply with the values and principles of public administration. And these people, we need them probably, in most cases, that could be people who are holding senior management position, who are there to even implement the Batopile principles. I think the meritocracy system of appointing should be the one that we need to apply and encourage. I'm not saying other systems are bad, like cadre deployment and just competitive recruitment, but we need to bring people who have skills, who understand what they are going to do in the public sector.
Thank you, Dr. Mahlobo. Is there any question you want to put to the panel?
You know, Chairperson, yes. You know, Chairperson, I didn't know that I was the one who was going to close the show. So I said, no, let me not ask the question to empower the next candidate. But just a comment, Chairperson. We are living in a fast-growing world where we need young people to be part of the system. We need young people to be part of the transformation of the public service in South Africa. So, Chairperson, I was going to say, when you want to implement e-governance in South Africa, we must never leave young people behind. When we want to have a capable and a developmental state, we should not leave behind young people in all those processes, because we are living in a VUCA world, Chairperson, where things are happening fast. And I think, Chairperson, your portfolio is very huge in terms of transforming the public administration in South Africa. And unfortunately, it's in your responsibility to drive that agenda of developmental state. You know, I think we need to move away from treating the PSC as an old age home now, Chairperson. We need to have young people playing a meaningful role there. You need young people to be there and work together with the old guards, because after this COVID-19, Chairperson, things are not going to be the same in terms of our public service. We need young people with the old guards to work together, sharing information. I think that is very important, Chairperson. That was my comment. But all in all, Chairperson, I thank you very much with honorable members for the opportunities that you gave me from the shortlisting point of view until today. I thank you very much, and I hope I've answered most of your questions. And I hope to see you next week. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahlobo. Of course, after we have concluded this process of conducting interviews and have interviewed all the candidates, you will be informed of the results of your interview in due course. And once again, I want to thank you for participating in this interview. Thank you very much. You are released. As to your plea for young blood, I think the committee has listened to your plea, but this is not a promise or a commitment to answer your plea in the affirmative, because we must select the best out of the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much to all the members. Thank you.
Thanks. How old are you, Dr. Mahlobo? Sorry. Honorable members, the last candidate will be on the virtual platform. The secretary of the committee is setting up, or he has already linked up with the candidate. I don't know. We will hear from him. That candidate is Dr. Kentse Beryl Sisili. Sisuthu ese Sisili.
Dr. Sasele, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see
Ah,
you.
ah.
Can you see me?
I cannot see your video as well, but my video is off actually.
Okay.
Just try to put you. I see your video is on, but I cannot see you.
What shall I do?
Can the members hear?
Because
Mascole,
on my side.
I think I'm getting a view now in my mind, which I haven't shared with you. I hope you will bear with me as committee members. I'm sorry for not raising this initially. Conducting this interview on the virtual platform where the candidate is not here, I don't feel comfortable. But of course, I will depend on what you say. Yeah, my view is that let's arrange for this candidate to come here. Let's arrange for this candidate to come here to be in front of us.
In fact, Chairperson, I'm sorry to disturb you. The unfortunate part is this: we're not told what was the reason why she's not here. I mean, you just took us by surprise that the other candidate would be on visual. So again, we're not told whether we agree or we don't agree. So it was only your ruling, Chairperson. So it means again we'll follow your ruling.
I had afterthoughts to this thing. That is why I'm asking for your indulgence. But if Mascole want to outline, but I'm disconnect her so that she must not participate in our discussion as a committee. I'm sorry. Mascole did indicate this to me. That it's just as I've forgotten. This candidate tested positive to COVID. It is on medical grounds that she is not part of that. I'm sorry for that because and she went to test, and Mascole has made me aware. So, not necessarily positive. She was in contact, and she went for a test, and she is now awaiting results of that test. So I'm sorry for not sharing this with you, but Mascole did raise it with me. But now I have afterthoughts of that question, Mascole. Honorable.
No, Chair, I think your sins are forgiven. And I hope my honorable colleagues will agree with me then, because it might delay it, because she has to wait for 10 days, I think, thereafter 14 days if then she's tested positive and so forth. Let's proceed the way we have planned. And yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
Dr. Schreiber, I want you to speak, and Dr. Komani, I want you to speak, and Honorable Sibisi, all of you, I want to speak.
We're all doctors except medical doctors. That's the big problem. Chair, I'm fine with Honorable Lesoma's suggestion. I think we're all here now. I think we take obviously into consideration the fact that it is on virtual, and I agree with you that having someone in person can be different, but I think we're all aware of the answers that she will give will be on virtual. So if there are any technical issues or whatever, then we can obviously always just flag it and say, let's just go give her another opportunity or something like that, if she gets stuck or frozen in the middle of a response. But I'm fine with proceeding, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also comfortable with the arrangement for as long as it does not infringe with the objectives that we wanted to achieve by wanting a physical interview. If that does not infringe with our objectives, it's okay. But if it by any way would not go in line with our basic achievements, that's going to be a problem. Thank you very much.
No, Chairperson, I think I'm covered. And only my concern again will only be if there is an interference due to network problem, and what is a plan B? Thank you.
Members, we after this period, this member must be here if need arises. But if circumstances do not allow, then we put her on the virtual platform.
So, Chair, does it mean we're not proceeding today or we are proceeding today? Okay, that's fine. If there's an issue, then we'll discuss again. I think that addresses the honourable member's concerns as well. Honourable Kamani.
Honourable members, by this I'm not implying that it is wrong to conduct an interview on a virtual platform. I am not saying that, because that has been done even in the past. Yeah, if she can be here, she must be here, but if circumstances do not allow her to be here, we interview her on a virtual platform.
It's like now, because what comes first, she must be here. If she fails,
humanly impossible then.
Yes.
Are we interviewing her?
Yes.
Yeah.
We must get that clarity.
Okay.
Chair, I'm of the view that we should continue with the interview.
Okay.
For as long as it does not infringe our objectives. But from what I have learned, it does not. And it doesn't. So we may proceed. And if we in the process encounter maybe network challenges or something, would then advise each other, reconvene and advise on how to go forward. Thank you very much.
I see all members nodding. Yeah, we agree with that.
She's on. Dr. Sese, can you hear me? Dr. Sese, can you hear me?
Cecily.
Oh, Dr. Sese, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Sesele, can you hear me? Oh, I'm mute. Dr. Sesele, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Chair?
Okay. Dr. Cecily, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Cecily, I am Kyoto James, the chairperson of the interview panel, also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. Now, I will be the first to ask you a question. My question is, could you please confirm your CV, what is contained in your CV, sorry, briefly, not in details, because we do have your CV with us here. Can you take us through briefly of what is contained in your CV?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for this opportunity. I realize the inconvenience I have caused. I appreciate your time and the honorable members' time. My name is Kenza Cecily. I started work with CSIR as an assistant researcher, moved on to housing trusts in a similar capacity. I then moved down to Peter Marisburg, working for Natal Parks Board at the time, which is a conservation agency. I started first by working for CORD, which was based at the University of Natal as a community planner, then moved as a community, as a conservation planner for Natal Parks Board. I think it's now called Esimvelo Trust, something like that. And then I moved on to work for Portnet as an environmental planner, as well as manager development planning. I joined Professor Kada Asmal thereafter as his special advisor on policy, water boards, etc., research. And then when Professor Asmal moved to education, I went into consulting for a bit, actually for a very long time. And then I joined IDT as regional general manager, and I moved back to consulting. I then went furthered my research interests, went to University of Free State to do my PhD full time, and now I am there as a research fellow.
Thank you, Dr. Cecily. Then I will be calling out honorable members of this interview panel to ask you a question. I begin with Honorable Lesoma.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, Dr. Cecily. Thank you very much for availing yourself for this interview so that we can engage with your good self. Having said that, I believe that you have gone through as a refresher exercise to the Public Service Commission section in Chapter 10 of the RSA of the Republic, but with the related laws that governs the public service as it were. So my question then is informed on those bases. Kindly, I will start by a one-liner statement followed by a question. My one-liner statement, it goes like this. The Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote the values and the principles of Section 195 of the Republic of South Africa, the Constitution. Briefly, in your own words, Doctor, and your own understanding, what is your own understanding on the functions and of the Public Service Commission and the values and principles governing the public administration as it were? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I probably will not deal with the aspects that you've asked me separately, but as I mentioned, maybe some of them might fall under specific sections. But I'll just start off by saying it's the Public Service Commission is an institution that has been empowered to assist government in all spheres except local government to inculcate high standards of professional ethics, to ensure public service is efficient, and there is effective use of resources, that public service is development oriented, and that it provides services impartially, fairly and equitably without bias. It ensures that there's transparency, there is broad representation of South African people within the public service, as well as assist government in the management of human resources, and ensuring that there is career development within this. Those are the ones that I remember.
Then Honorable Kibi will ask you a question. It's now Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Cecily. I will be asking you 2 questions, ma. I was supposed to ask 4, but I will ask you 2. My first question starts with a preamble. The PSC functions aimed at, among other, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. Now the question is, in your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service? And how can the Public Service Commission reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing public administration? And my second question, constitutionally, do you think spouse and children of the...
Sorry, Chair. She seems like there's no sound from her side, if it can be attended to.
Yeah.
But she's writing that. Oh, she must. Okay.
Oh, that was the earlier.
Okay. My apology,
comment.
Honorable Kibi, my apology.
Okay.
I won't look there.
Constitutionally, ma'am, do you think spouse and children of the political representatives and former members should be prevented from doing business with the state? Provide merit for your answer and provide a solution. I thank you, ma'am. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will start with the first one, asking me about my views regarding impact and how public service can be reconfigured, or how it can be repositioned perhaps to be more effective. My view is that public service mandate is very broad. However, I have a sense that public service, in terms of its operations and activities, has focused primarily on, I guess, the burning issue at the moment, which is corruption in the public service. However, in my view, in its focus and in its deployment of resources towards that, which is not anything wrong, it it neglects the broader mandate, which is that of assisting public service to be agile, to be adaptive, to be able to respond to change, specifically to be able also, with the assistance of public service, to look at the reorganization, check whether the organization as it stands now fits with the work objectives, look at performance management, define performance as well, include performance identification or performance measures as defined by stakeholders, revise organizational processes, lead public service in terms of technological adaptation, as well as improvement of conditions of service. So the mandate is very broad, it's very exciting. I believe that Public Service Commission has an opportunity to take space to assist public service to be a learning broader organization, so to speak. And by learning, I mean converting current knowledge. There's been a lot of reports that have been developed by public service over a period of time to stop and look at what's going on. Why are we not making impact? What needs to happen? It has to occupy that space, almost kind of a thinking space within the public service mandate. And I believe that in that sense, it is failing to occupy that space and to use the institutions of higher learning, especially with research capacity, a lot more effectively, so that they can convert all the reports that are coming out into data that is manageable, data that can be converted into knowledge. So Public Service Commission has an opportunity literally to turn public service into an organization that learns as we go along. Otherwise, at the moment, what I see is that, we're literally running behind the problem. Corruption here, and then we run there, and there's corruption there, and then we run there, etc., etc., etc. But there's not a question that says, why is this so? What can be done differently? Because I think at this point, we need to recognize the fact that doing more of the same will always give you the same. What I'm trying to say is that throwing legislation at public servants can only achieve so much. You need almost kind of a suite of measures in place that will ensure that public service is adaptable, is corruption-free, etc., etc. Obviously, over the last 20 or so years, we've learned that legislation alone doesn't do it. I would like to propose that perhaps we need to be able to look at incentives, for doing good, create models of public servants. We need to look at our processes. Are they prone, or do they encourage people to be engaged in activities that are law breaking? I think another way we can deal with this holistically is also to create a naming.
Dr. Cicely, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
I'm sorry for interjecting. Take into account that we are not trying to rush you, But
Okay.
if you can be as brief as possible in your answers and answer specifically what is put to you. That's the interjection I'm making. Otherwise, I'm not trying to put you off. Because we are many that are going to ask you questions.
All right. The next one is about constitutionality of spouse and members doing business with government. Maybe I haven't thought about it seriously, but I think it is somehow a difficult call, because if the member is not in a position to influence the outcome and there is fair competition, the person who is participating in a competitive bidding process should be treated like everybody else, and I have no idea why we should stop them from doing business with government, especially if they're not operating in spaces where their fathers or their relatives are directly in charge. That's my response to the second one.
Okay, thank you, Doc. I'm now inviting Honorable Sibisi to ask you some questions as well. Honorable Sibisi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Sisade, good afternoon. I'm Honorable Sibisi, a member of the panel. I've got two questions to give you. The first one, it has a preamble. I will read it. The Constitution directs the public service to be professional, accountable, and development-oriented, and the NDP further amplifies this constitutional directive by identifying specific steps that need to promote the values and principles across public administration. Therefore, my question are, what is your understanding on the vision of professionalizing the public administration in the country? In your response, could you please distinguish between cadre deployment based on the meritocratic and mediocratic into the public administration? What could be the role of the Public Service Commission in ensuring professionalization of the public administration is institutionalized? I'm giving you the last question also with a preamble. Maladministration and corruption are cancers so ingrained in the public service, has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on the development in this country. My question is, what causes corruption, and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing, reducing, and keeping corrupt practices in the public service? Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solution in your response. Thank you.
I think issues of the first one about professionalizing, thank you, Honorable. I think the issue of professionalizing the public service is already the effort that Public Service Commission is engaged with. The issue there is, in terms of the reports that I see, is that there is not a response to findings of the Public Service Commission in the sense people do what they want to do and they don't take it seriously. And I guess the issues that should really be paid attention to is that the law should apply. There is a sufficient provision for professionalization within the current many documents that I've read regarding public service. In terms of maladministration and what should happen, I think perhaps I had already dealt with this question a little earlier. Yes, it is a cancer. However, how we are tackling the issue of maladministration and corruption within public service is part of the problem. I am saying that there is not a breathing space where Public Service Commission is asking the right questions about why. You cannot have everybody that occupies a particular space being involved in corruption without looking at the systems that are in place. How are they? How easy is it to do that? Why is it that everybody that comes in does that? Because not everybody is corrupt. However, people, when they have seen the culture of corruption, they might be led to think that they have something to lose by not participating. I have also said that we probably, to counter that, not just throw legislation at the issue, but we need to look at the whole system of incentivizing good behavior and creating model public servants. Legislation is part of that. Naming and shaming is very important in the process. And systems review, because Public Service Commission has really neglected the reimagination of systems. I'm not sure if I can go further regarding that. There is an imperative for public service to change and adapt. Right now, we're sitting with pandemic. We're sitting with less resources, and we're sitting with more demands on public service from the populace, that service and that service. And in one time, change should be the constant. More than anything else, public service should be able to adapt. And as it becomes leaner and meaner and less bloated, and resources are used much better, much more transparently, the issues of corruption would be issues of yesterday.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm now inviting Honorable Komani to ask you questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome, Doctor, on a visual platform for this interview. My name is Rosina Komani. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee and the member of this panel. I would like to ask you two questions. The first one would start with a preamble that says professionalization of the public service can happen as a function of the meritocracy, which is the system of appointing or promoting staff based on the knowledge and skill. The question would then be, as a commissioner for the PSC, how would you advise government departments to institutionalize meritocratic ethos in the administration of the state in order to achieve professional public service? And the last one would then be the question, how do you think the PSC can, one, strengthen the oversight, its own oversight, and two, how can it strengthen the oversight by Parliament? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, the meritocracy, I guess it's a culture that you inculcate. It is about appointing people for specific work requirements and that they are fit for that purpose, both in terms of their health, their qualification, as well as their orientation towards that specific purpose. Yes, we have dropped the ball along the way. However, one of the ways in which we can bring everything back to normal is to let those that do not do things as they should, in terms of legislation that governs their activities as public servants, to face the law. There's not a way that we can get away from that. But from the part, I think, of Public Service Commission, as I said, meritocracy has to do with culture. It has to do with seeing someone doing it and so wanting to do it. There needs to be a promotion of that culture. There needs to be more workshops, more encouragement on the part of Public Service Commission of public service officials to aspire to do better and to do more. And there should also be incentives that go with that. And over a period of time, there will only be, people will see an opportunity for them to do better within public service as they rise, as they give them. At the moment, the culture does not allow that. Thank you.
I now invite Dr. Schreiber to ask you the question. Dr. Schreiber.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, ma'am. It is believed that a responsive, ethical, and values-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the PSC on public administration malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. So the question is, how can the PSC strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public administration? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I have a particular view regarding this. I have a view that Public Service Commission works together with other state organs. We have the Auditor General, we have the Public Protector, and we have Public Service Commission. I think there are pointers that can be identified by Public Service Commission and should be followed up by other organizations that are more geared towards doing a good job of investigation, etc., etc. I'm not saying that Public Service should not do that, but I'm saying Public Service Commission, with the overwhelming need to curb corruption within the public space, within the public service space, is literally overwhelmed by that function, and yet it is, because of that overwhelmed position, it's not able to really make a difference as it should. And I believe that Public Service Commission should find pointers towards wrongdoing in that regard and create that space of interacting between either organs of state that are more geared towards that type of investigation in doing that, while they look at putting in place measures to stop corruption, to get out ahead of it, to stop corruption from even happening, so that they're not running behind corruption. They are ahead of it. But where, in instances where corruption happens, state organs that are much more that are better placed with resources, etc., to investigate and do that type of work should do so. So my belief in this particular matter is that we need joint operations. We need to work together, and there are points of intersection where each and everyone will have their specific roles, but we should always keep our own areas of strength. That's the only way we can be effective.
Now I'm inviting Honorable Maluleke to ask you a question.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Dr. Sisese. What's Sicily? Sicily.
Yes, Sicily.
Ma'am, there's a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. In your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, but this practice is still going on? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. My belief is that people will carry on doing it because they've seen other people doing it and getting away with it. So it's not about people doing it, it's about the system that's ineffective in identifying and dealing effectively with those people that have been found to have done wrong. And so you can't at any point expect to achieve results if the law does not apply the same across the board. I do not believe for once it's a lost cause. I really just believe that there has to be political will to deal with the matter once and for all. There's not a magic wand from somewhere outside. We have legislation, we have practices that we need to look at. We need to be reflexive. We need to be able to look at who gets to face the law and who doesn't. And that alone inculcates a much wider wrongdoing that seems to be out of hand. But it stems from uneven systems application. That's what I'm saying. That's my response to that question.
Thank you, Dr. Sicily. It's now the chairperson who is now going to ask you a question, but I will begin my question by a preamble. The power to appoint in South Africa is assigned by Section 3, subsection 7 of the Public Service Act. Ministers or MECs can delegate the power to officials within the department. That's the preamble. My question is in two parts. The first part, what are the major obstacles in the recruitment system in the public sector? Is the public sector recruitment system effective in order to ensure professional and capable state? That's part one of my question. Part two, what can be the role of Public Service Commission in eliminating unethical practices in the recruitment system in order to ensure public servants are appointed based on merit? Thank you, Dr. Sicily. Your answer?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The recruitment system within public service, I guess, is influenced by by incumbents and operates within a particular culture. The Public Service Commission's role in that is that people cannot, for Public Service Commission's contribution to really be effective or to be long lasting, they cannot respond to every person who positions themselves to do wrongdoing. But there should be systems in place that are able to provide early warning signals about behavior of public servants. It is when there is no oversight and follow through and consequence that public servants will continue to flout regulations, because regulations are there. The act is clear in terms of how the recruitment processes should happen and how that should be managed. However, people always find their own creative ways of going around that. Now, in the end, you're going to be dealing with the type of person that you recruit in the first place into public service. That should actually be scrutinized. The culture that's inculcated is much. I think the issue is it's much wider, and it's a creep. It starts small. It continues on, especially when there are no consequences for doing that. And so my response to most of the questions, I guess, so far, is that the systems are there. Are they working? Do we have questions? Do we have answers to that? Are we aware of why and when and what should have been and what shouldn't be? Do we understand behavior of public servants and what incentivize that type of behavior? Are we providing incentives to that behavior? And are we providing, along with that, sufficient consequences for people to actually refrain from what they do? So my belief is that we're not helpless. We just need to be willing to do what we do. Everyone.
Have you concluded, Dr. Cecily?
Yes, I think it was recruitment system and
yes.
What PSC can do.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there any question you want to put to the subcommittee, Dr. Cecily?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much. I just appreciate your time. I know you've had to make special arrangements for this. I fully appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cecily, once again. You will be informed of the results of this interview in due course. Otherwise, we have now come to an end of the interview with you. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, all honorable members.
O tsamaye ka kgotso mme. Thank you. Yeah. You want this on record? Okay. Mr. Mwepe wants to put to us an outline. It's just a reminder of the outline anyway.
Okay, Chair. Since yesterday we have distributed the outline. I think it's still in a member's envelope, but I think Mascolo will send it again. It's just to remind the members of the subcommittee about the outline, as you'll be, because now is almost a week for the deliberation. So members should then be guided by the outline in terms of the deliberations, so that we should not deviate, because yesterday we have agreed there was no any dissenting views around the outline. So, and then what I wanted also to say to the members is that if members perhaps they need to check or review performance of the candidates, this information is available on YouTube for the members to be able to satisfy themselves in arriving at a particular conclusion. So, yeah.
Chair, I'm not too sure about the YouTube. Generally, YouTube, it only captures 2 hours. After that, it allows other parliamentary committee meetings and all that. But you can assist, because I've tried it in other interviews, and it has never been so quite reliable. But I'm sure when you go to the parliamentary app, probably that's where we're gonna get a full one. So I'm raising that so that, because I've tried it before.
All right, yeah. What we can say, or we can commit, if members they will, want assistant, or we can even communicate that with, because I saw yesterday, even today, we're in 3 social media platforms. So meaning anything these days that goes on social media is easy to be retrievable. So yeah. So if members are struggling, we have got our IT in Parliament if they will need, because I believe that we encourage members to note as candidates we're submitting, so that we ensure the issues of fairness and transparency in the process. Yeah.
Chair.
Honorable Smith.
Yes, I wish to. My concern is in the latter candidate that we have. I know it's gone, but there are some issues that in future I think we need to avoid. For example, when the candidate is, I'm not sure from the side of Mascolo whether he did receive medical information about the candidate, because we are not sure whether we were interviewing the right candidate or was someone else, and whether definitely she's having a medical case. But I mean, in future, we mustn't just agree for the sake of agreeing. It was just a concern. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I think your concern is noted. Yeah. Honorable Som.
Honorable Chair, on a different subject matter altogether, I know informally among ourselves, excluding your good self, of course, we're of a view that says we should have a Zoom meeting when you engage on this issue, on this exercise, in terms of the final preferred candidate, as it were. But from what Mr. Julius have said, not Julius, the other one, this other one. This one, here, with us here. On a lighter note, is that probably your good office must look at the possible date where it will be possible for all of us as this collective to sit in this fashion and engage. When it arises, then we also resuscitate or play the veto where we might have misunderstood the candidate. Because I believe that it must be a very thorough clinical process, as we have committed earlier on yesterday, Chair, that would love to have a preferred candidate that is best out of the best, but also where all of us, hopefully, we would have a sense of comfort of agreeing on that candidate. On the Zoom has got its own limitations. I, for one, at Pelican Park, is God-given. It's just given that at any time you can be in and out on the platform. So some of us also coming from the villages, like my sister at my right, immediate right here, she also in the Northern Cape, I know because I've been there on public hearings, they do have a connectivity challenge. And I'm saying, so we must look at that from your office with an appeal from my side. I know in terms of compliance, if it's not later than November, end of November, we're still within the 3 months prescribed in the Public Service Act, as it were. It's just an appeal, Chair.
I cannot agree more with you, Honorable Soma. When we discuss, we need to be in this fashion, not on the Zoom. I think I agree with that. Are all members in agreement? I think she's making a valid point.
Chair, echoing the same sentiment of how the engagement part would be, and the period that Ms. Lesoma is indicating too. What are the bearings to the change of date of the initial engagement? Because we preempted the 10th, and then we later indicated our commitments to the 10th, which would impair on our physical meeting. So I'm just suggesting, can't we find another alternative date nearer to the 10th, so that we do not prolong this process equally, so that we bring all fairness to the process as well? Thank you very much.
Chair,
Honorable Sibis?
can we put it after the 10th and 11th, because we are going for by-elections, by the way, yes, and then all of us, yeah.
I think, yes, let's put it beyond the 10. Because all of us, for instance, I must leave on Friday. I must leave on Friday to do campaigns in my ward. I think the administration has taken note of what we are raising.
Okay, Chair, I would then like to propose, since we are the subcom, I would say we, meaning as a support staff, but together with the members. I think the suggestion is not upon us to accept, but we took note of that, that we should then prepare or plan for next meeting beyond the 10th, because that next week is a local government by-election. So the following week, in the committee program, we scheduled, I think we've got 3 meetings, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And on Friday, we are adopting. Okay, so we've got 2 meetings that other week of the 15th. That will then be, those meetings, it will be about the annual reports. So, meaning we can delay that immediately after the annual reports, schedule a meeting on a Thursday for the deliberations. Maybe at that time, then the reports from the State Security Agency also will have arrived. Yeah. So I don't know if that will be that can be better. Yeah.
Was nodding. I'm also nodding with them. I agree to that. We agree, in fact, to that. Yeah. Thank you. It has been a hectic exercise. Thank you very much, honorable members. Our subcommittee meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.